I'd like to call this December 17th Folsom Cordova Unified School District regular Board of Education and annual organizational meeting to order. Superintendent, if you can call roll.
Yes. Board President Clark.
Here.
Board Member Short.
Here.
Board Member Hoover.
Here.
Board Member Huey.
Here.
Board Member Reed.
Here.
Student Board Member Gallant.
Here.
All are accounted for.
All right, thank you. With that, I will ask our newly elected board member, Mr. Huey, to lead us in the pledge.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sound of those attending the meeting. In response to COVID-19 pandemic, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N-2920, which temporarily suspends provisions of the Brown Act relating to public meetings. As such, Folsom Cordova Unified School District board members will conduct open session board meetings via Zoom video teleconferencing. The meetings will also be live streamed on the district YouTube channel. The public's health and well-being are the top priority for the Board of Trustees of Folsom Cordova Unified School District, and you are urged to take all appropriate health and safety precautions. Public comment is encouraged and can be done in writing during the virtual board meeting using the raised hand feature. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Speakers who wish to make public comment to the board in Spanish or Russian will have their comments translated to English. Written comments were accepted until 3 p.m. today. These comments were emailed to the board prior to the board meeting for review and will not be read out aloud during the meeting. At the direction of the board, the superintendent has called roll, acknowledging the board received all electronic communications, comments submitted by 3 p.m. today as it pertains to today's board meeting. With that being said, we will go ahead and report out of closed session.
There was no action to report out of closed session tonight.
Fantastic. All right. Item number 6, organizational matters. Election of officers for 2021. With that being said, I will go ahead and turn this process over to our Vice President, Mr. Short. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honored to do the organizational meeting. As the Vice President, I'm going to be opening up for nominations for President.
Mr. Vice President. I'd like to nominate Mr. Ed Short for President of the Board.
Okay.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. We can go ahead and go for a vote. Starting. We're doing roll call.
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Clark.
Okay.
Aye.
Mr. Huey.
Aye.
Oh yeah, keep forgetting Mr. Reed.
Aye.
And Mr. Hoover.
Aye.
You might
And
want to get
myself.
board member Gallant there.
Myself, aye. And I want to thank everybody for the support. And I'll be taking on the gavel. And as soon as the president hands it over, he's running with it.
Boy, that's out of my hands. All right.
All right. So thank you very much. Moving on. And right now, I do want to thank, while we're doing this, a plaque for Mr. Chris Clark for providing an appreciation for Chris Clark. Actually, probably our first president's gone through a pandemic and all the other issues. It takes a lot of leadership and really dedication and caring for this district and our kids. And knowing Chris as a board member and a personal friend, he's fantastic. He did a great job, and he'll continue to do that. And so, in appreciating and dedicated service to the students and staff of Folsom Cordova School District, we'll present you this plaque. And thank you so much for all the hard work.
I greatly appreciate it. I greatly appreciate the comments. Thank you so much. I'll probably reserve my comments until at the end of the meeting. But hey, on the bright side, you won't hear too much from me now. I'll be a board member that will just listen to everything and ask questions. So thank you to my colleagues on the board for the opportunity, albeit I think we had quite a few meetings this year, more than I can count, but it's for the benefit of our communities of Folsom and Rancho Cordova, and most importantly, our youth. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Moving on with our organizational matters, we need to go on to 5B, appointment of the superintendent and secretary of
I
state.
think we have the vice president.
Oh, okay,
report.
the vice president. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, I'd like to nominate David Reed for vice president.
I'll second.
Okay, we'll do a roll call.
Yes. Board,
Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Dewey.
Aye.
Hoover.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Thank you. We got Vice President, Mr. Reed. Congratulations. And we're going to moving on to the next one. It would be clerk of the board. Do we have a nomination?
Mr. President,
Oh,
I'd like to nominate Mr. Hoover for clerk.
I'll second that.
I got a first, second. Take a vote. Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Mr. Hui.
Aye.
Mr. Hoover.
Aye.
And Ms. Reed, of course.
Aye.
And I for myself. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yay. Now we're going to move on to
we have the board representative too.
The board
County Board of
representative.
Education.
for the, where's that at? Oh, Sacramento County Board of Education, yes. Do we have a nomination? No nominations?
Would Mr. Hui be interested in that?
Sure. Yeah. As long as you tell me
Okay, so
what
we
it
got a
is.
nomination.
I'll second.
I'll nominate Mr. Hui.
Okay. We'll start with a vote. Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Mr. Hui.
Aye.
Mr. Hoover.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
And myself, aye. We have a representative for the Sacramento County Board of Education. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, now we can get to appoint the superintendent as the secretary of the board. So the board just appoints.
We just appoint that.
So do we have to vote on that?
Motion.
Make the motion.
Mr. President, I move that we appoint Dr. Sarah Collegian as superintendent, as secretary, as superintendent secretary of the board.
I'll second. Yep, go ahead. I'll second.
And a first, second. We'll go ahead and vote. Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Hui.
Aye.
Mr. Hoover.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item 6C, approve the dates and times of regular board meeting for July 2, 2001 to June 2022. Yeah, Superintendent.
Yes, the board calendar is included in this item. We have the meetings scheduled every month, has 2 meetings. Typically, it's the first and third Thursday of the month. There are some cases where it's the second and fourth. And there are 3 months where we just have 1 meeting. That's January, May, and December.
Okay. Any board questions?
None. I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we approve the dates and times of the regular board meetings for July 2021 and June 2022.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have any public comment on this? First, we'll go out to the public. Do we have any raised hands?
There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
First and a second. All comments by the board? Direction? Okay, we'll take a vote. Do we do roll call again? I would presume. Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Mr. Hui.
Aye.
Mr. Hoover.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Myself, aye. We got it approved, 5-0. Item 5C, thank you. Item 6D, approve the volunteers of committees. Again, Mr. Superintendent, I think we've had already a sample here, and we could probably go through it and see if any board members want to continue on there. I know Mr. Hui is new. Have you looked at it and had any suggestions where you might want to dive into? Now, I know Vice President and President, usually we'll just swap out what we are there for the 2x2s. So we can automatically do that and maybe think about a backup for that. So I need some. Yeah, so let's go by order. Does everybody have that
It's on the
document right
On
here?
the screen.
You have it on your. So let's go by the secondary curriculum advisory. Originally, that was Mrs. Rinking and Mr. Reed. Do you want to continue to be on that?
I can. Yeah.
Okay. In replacement of Mr. Rinking, who would like to participate in that on the secondary curriculum advisory. That's 6 to 7 meetings per year in the evening.
If nobody else wants to, I'm happy to take the spot
Okay.
Ms. Ranking on.
Thank you, Mr. Hui. With the secondary, or that first one. So we got that one completed. Next one's elementary curriculum advisory. That was Clark and Mr. Hoover. Do you both want to continue on that?
I can
or-
continue.
I'm happy to continue. No one else. Yeah.
Okay, we'll continue. Student Advisory Board, SAB, 1 meeting per month. In the AM, Clark and Mr. Ranking. Who would like to replace Mrs. Ranking or Clark?
I can continue on that if it's okay with the board.
Okay. Any replacement for Mrs. Ranking? Just 1 meeting a year.
No, it's 1 meeting
A month, sorry.
Yeah.
What day of the week is that?
Tuesdays.
Normally on a Tuesday.
During the day, correct?
Correct.
I'm happy to volunteer if no one else. Yeah.
Okay, super, thank you. Mr. Hoover and me, Mr. Clark. Thank you. School Health Advisory Committee. Well, that's probably a busy one now lately. 4 meetings per year in the PM. I was Rankin and Hoover. Did you have any comments on that?
I'm happy to stay, or I'm happy to. Yeah, either way. If there's someone else that wants it,
Okay,
I'll volunteer for that one.
in the evening, okay. Mr. Hui and Mr. Hoover, thank you. Next one, CT District Advisory. I can continue myself on that one. It was Mr. Reed, you were on it. Hoover was. Do you want to continue?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll stay on that one.
I'm happy to stay the alternate.
You stay an alternate? We'll keep that one the same then. Any other comments by the board? Okay. SPED Working Committee, 1 meeting per month. In the PM, that was Ms. Rankin, Hoover, and Clark was alternate. We need a replacement for Ms. Rankin. Mr. Clark, do you want to bump up, or
I will bump up.
that'll be Clark and Mr. Hoover? Do we need an alternate for that one?
I'll be an alternate.
Okay, Mr. Hui. It's PM. That's good. Next one, social emotional learning, guiding coalition, 1 meeting per month. We had Mr. Clark and Mrs. Ranking. Anybody want to replace Mrs. Ranking, or Mr. Clark? Do you want to stay on that?
Mr. President, I can continue.
Okay, we need somebody on the social emotional for Mrs. Ranking. Anybody would like to participate in that one? Social emotional.
I'm happy to, yes.
I was gonna
Give everybody else a
say,
chance.
You're the person for that. Okay. Social emotional, that would be Mr. Clark and Mr. Hui. Equity Advisory Committee, aka Empathy Work Group, meeting quarterly in a PM. That was Mr. Reed and Hoover background. Hoover, if you want to stay the alternate, I can take on Mrs. Rinkin if you want to. If you want to still be the backup, or
Sure. Yeah, I can
or
say
do you
the
want to flop it? I can be the backup.
alternate's fine for me. Yeah.
So I'll take Mrs. Rinkins on the Equity Advisory Committee, and Mr. Reed, you want to still stay, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And Mr. Hoover stays the same. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
LCAP planning group meetings at SCOE. It meets quarterly. It was Mr. Clark and Mr. Hoover as alternate. Do we want to make any changes on that?
Mr. President, I'll stay on that committee.
Mr. Hoover?
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll keep that one the same. District Safety Action Committee, 2 meetings per year in a PM. I will gladly to stay on that one. We need somebody to help out with Ms. Ranking. This is the District Safety Action Plan Committee.
I'll fill in.
Okay, Mr. Hui. That'll be Mr. Hui and myself on the District Safety Action Plan Committee. District Facilities and Growth Meeting Rep, meeting as needed. Hoover and Mr. Reed, and we need a backup if we want to keep the same on that one.
Mr. President, I'll take the backup on that.
The backup, and Mr. Hoover and Mr. Reed, do you want to stay on, or?
Happy to stay on, yeah.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
keep Mr. Reed.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. And the Budget Advisory Committee, meet as needed. New. This is a new one.
It is new,
Actually,
yeah.
new. I remember sitting on those years ago, but I guess
Yeah,
Right.
we're resurrecting it. We do have board policy about it.
it's a
so
really good one to learn from. So if anybody wants,
We'll start meeting at the end of January. We'll meet once a month from
Yeah.
January till
Yeah.
May until we get to adopted budget, just to put that on your radar right now.
yeah, because I've served on those before, and it's a really good one to learn the budget, guys. So who would want to volunteer? Do we need 2 or just 1, or what?
We can have up to 2.
Up to 2? We don't have.
When do you anticipate the meetings being?
It would be late afternoon. And
I'll volunteer for that.
Okay, we got one here. You want, Mr. Reed? You interested in budget?
Yeah, sign me up.
Well, you're the VP now. It'll be a good one.
That'll be real good for him.
Okay, we got 2 volunteers on that one.
Does the superintendent want to alternate on that committee, or is it?
probably be good to have an alternate.
One-
Yeah.
You want to be
I
alternate?
mean, I'm happy to be an alternate if there's
Okay,
space for
we'll
it.
have an alternate. That'll be Mr. Hoover. Really good.
Okay.
Thank you. Advisory 711 Committee for Sale of Surplus Property. That's a new one. Can you explain that?
That
That's-
is a new one.
Yeah, that's a new one too. We also have board policy that gives us the ability to form this committee, and we might be looking at selling surplus property in the next year, which is why I'm reinstating it.
Okay, is it, when do you guys meet, or you don't know?
It would probably be in the spring that we'd be convening, early spring.
Uh-huh.
Mr. President, I will go ahead and sign up for that one.
And I can be on that one too. Do we need an alternate?
Probably not for a meet as needed, right?
Now, that one doesn't need a
Doesn't
spring.
need it, okay.
It's,
So we got 2 there. Cordova Recreational Park, CRBD 2x2, 1 meeting per year, a medium. It's Mr. Clark and Short. I'm willing to stay on that one.
I will stay on that one.
Okay, we'll keep that one as is unless there's other interest. City of Folsom and Folsom Park Recreational Joint Coordination 2x2. Those will, it was Clark and Hoover before. So I'm
Mr. President, I will drop down to an alternate. I think it might be beneficial for Mr. Reed
to read. Is that okay, Mr. Reed? Because you're vice president.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's been kind of our implicit culture to do that. So,
Yeah. Are you okay if I stay on, Mr. Short, or did you want to take that spot
which one is that one?
of City of
for
Folsom.
the Folsom 2x2?
From 2x2.
Oh, Folsom 2x2.
It's the Folsom one, yeah.
I'm happy to stay on, but
Oh, where are you? Oh, yeah, you're actually. No, you can stay on if you
Okay.
want. Yeah. No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so then I just replaced Clark, really. That's
Yeah, just
Awesome.
as a, you can keep me as an alternate.
okay. And did you get that down? Did you hear what we said? Document? Did you? Right. Right. President's on there. Right. City of Rancho Cordova Joint Coordination 2x2. I'll stay on that, and how we want to swap out there.
I would like to stay on that as well.
Okay.
Happy to be an alternate or Mr. Reed. If you want to be an alternate,
Mr. Reed, what do you want to do?
you.
I could be an alternate. Josh could be an alternate. That doesn't matter.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's all we have.
Let's just put Mr. Reed.
Okay, Mr. Reed. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for all the volunteers, Mr. Reed. Thank you for participating.
Thanks.
Yes. And, 6E, there was a review of the governance handbook was attached there. We've had, we're going to be probably reviewing that in January 6th meeting.
9.
I believe it's the 9th meeting.
Yes.
Have a workshop for the board, encourage, especially new board member, quite a bit there. If you have any questions or staff to ask to us, if you have any questions on there. But we will have a chance to look at that and the board work together in a cohesive manner. It's a lot of protocol in there, and then also our 9,000 code in there. We have that attached in there too.
We do.
That
on
should be,
organizational meetings, yes.
So to be able to look through that, I encourage all the board members to review it, and then we'll get together then. Any other questions from the board or anything from staff? Anybody have any?
No.
No? Okay. Moving on. Adoption of the agenda.
I'll move it.
Got a first? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A second? Vote. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Huey?
Aye.
Over?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Okay, we adopt the agenda.
Do we want to ask Ms. Gallant too, our student board?
Oh,
member?
yes. Okay. Out of sight, out of mind here. I got you used to it because I've been on the Zoom for all this time. How do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. All right. We got an aye. Okay. This is where we move on to the public participation. This is given a time to speakers to speak, but the law allows the public to address the board on any matters not on agenda, but the law prohibits action on the board and not need them. Do we have any speakers that want to speak? Our hands rise. Do we have that any right now?
I do not see any hands raised right now.
Okay. Thank you. Well, then we'll move on to the reports.
Wait, just a second, sorry. We do have one person.
Okay. Put them on.
We have Olivia.
Olivia, you there?
Sorry, I was invited by one of my teachers to speak, just for a short time, if you'll allow me.
Yes, go right ahead. You have 3 minutes. We'll love to hear from you.
I'd like to take this time to thank everybody who's working here, teachers, everybody. You guys are like so magical because you can manage all this without blowing up anything. Like even I that's like, you guys are my role models. And I think it's so amazing how you handle everything. And I really love how you're working through all this. And I guess one more thing I would add is thank you for everything. Thank you for never giving us up. Thank you for never letting us down. Thank you for never running around and deserting us. You never made us cry. You never said goodbye, and you never told a lie and hurt us. So thank you for that.
I think more and more the board is thank you for those
Yeah,
accolades.
That's
Thank you.
definitely.
Thank you for this time you've given me to speak.
Thank you, Olivia. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any others? Any hands?
Yes, we do have a couple others. The next one is Maya.
Hi, my name is Mobina Alavi, and I'm a first grader at Blanche Elementary School. I just want to say I appreciate everything you guys do for the district. I hope I can go to school and see my friends, but if not, that's okay too. I still promise to wear my mask, and I hope you guys have a good break and Merry Christmas and and Happy Holidays. Thank you.
That's so sweet. And you also have a good holidays. That was so nice of you. Thank you so much. Next, do we have another hand raised?
Yes, the next person is Shelly.
Shelley, you there?
Yes, I am.
Right ahead. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shelley Gupton, and I am an educator from the area. I've been working in the district, not in this district, but I have been working in the area for over 20 years. I currently sit on the CTA Board of Directors representing this area. And I just wanted to, first of all, appreciate all the work that you have done over these last few months. I know that school boards all over the state, but especially in this area, have made some very, very hard and difficult decisions. And I appreciate your efforts. I appreciate all that you have done to make things happen for your district. I just wanted to share with you that working with teachers all over, I am concerned about the direction that, just hoping that the direction that you're going, the decisions that you make will be beneficial for students, as always for students, but as well as our teachers. We have recent information that came out yesterday that we have increases in just about every section of the metrics. And so that's concern for teachers. That's concern for, I'm sure, parents as well. Teachers all over, I think everyone would agree, we want to be in the classroom, but of course we want to be in there safely. And we want to make sure that we keep ourselves and our families safe as well. So we really appreciate the time that you take to make these decisions and that you don't take them lightly. And as teachers, we don't take them lightly either. CTA is asking that we do not open or reopen schools. And we're talking about brick and mortar because schools have not been closed. Schools have been open, but just that we don't have the actual buildings open as long as we're in the purple tier. That's only on the purple tier. We do know of districts, and I know of districts personally, that have opened. They opened in November when we were in a better situation. And I do know that some of those districts have begun to close, and they had to for different reasons, because of course the yo-yo, the different effects, but also because they didn't have teachers. Once people started had to go off for quarantine, they didn't have enough teachers.
Sorry, Shelley, you ran out of time, but thank you so much for your participation. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Just as a reminder, I know it's public participation, but I think that probably would have been more in line with item 11, discussion action item. So I hope that the public that are making their comments are more cognizant of what's on the agenda and what we'll be discussing moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any else?
Yes, the next person up is Jeremiah.
Hey, Jeremiah, is this not on the agenda?
It is not. At least I don't believe it is. As a parent of 2 students in the district, I would just like the board, ask the board to continue to look at the oversight that they place on the teachers within the district. As the last speaker said, I think a lot of teachers are doing an amazing job in this difficult situation. But as a parent, I've seen multiple instances where teachers are sometimes not teaching from the most advantageous areas. And I feel that that's sometimes impacting my students or my kids and other students in the classroom's ability to learn. So I'd just like to continue to challenge the board to look at the oversight that they need to place in this time of difficulty and different standards.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other hands?
None other at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much for everybody's comments. We'll move on to item 9, reports of district organizations. The Student Advisory Board, Ali, do you have any reports?
Yes. Good evening. The Student Advisory Board met on Tuesday, December 8th, and we had a discussion concerning the hybrid model. And student representatives had the ability to ask Mr. Huber and Dr. Kaligian questions, which led to thoughtful and informative discussion. The Student Advisory Board also started the process of creating informational videos that will be sent out to students after the new year. And they will be discussing staying mentally well during the pandemic, how to continue being productive academically, and also summarizing board decisions to continue to keep students informed. Thanks, and that's all I had tonight.
Thank you very much. California School Employees Association.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Collegian. First, a heartfelt thank you to departing board member Joanne Ranking for your years of devoted service to our students and our FCUSD team. I'm sure you're watching. So really, you've been involved in the district for so long. We love you, and thank you. I also wanted to give a warm welcome to our new board member, Hui. We look forward to you keeping our district moving forward in this demanding time. As I stated in recent board meetings, your classified employees will always be here to support the needs of our students. We will always step up and get the job done. However, we are getting increasingly concerned with the explosion of new COVID cases. We need you to help keep us safe as we serve the students. So regarding the recommendation that will be coming up later in the meeting, I wanted to let you know that CSEA supports the return to distance learning for a period of time after winter break to protect our students, our staff, and our families. Regarding the presentation later about the first interim budget, it appears we have some significant positive information in the presentation. We look forward to seeing the presentation and getting a better understanding of exactly what has changed and how that will help position us for the future moving forward. So thank you, and CSEA wishes all of you a joyous holiday season.
Thank you, Rob. And I just wanted to add, for speaking with the board, and I mean the board, we want to thank CSEA for the fantastic job they've done and being out there helping the kids and our staff to stay safe. You guys have done an excellent job, extreme. And I think if the boards want to mention anything now, go ahead. But I just want to say thank you so much for doing such an excellent job, each and every employee. So we couldn't do it without you. This is really important what you guys do. So any other comments from the board on that?
Mr. President, I just want to thank you, Rob. Yeah, you guys are amazing. And, you know, even when I'm out there and visiting, you guys are smiles on your face. You guys are working hard. So, you know, I appreciate you guys for everything that you're doing, you know, basically keeping our district afloat. You know, we couldn't get things done without you guys. So I just appreciate everything that you do.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that recognition. We love the kids too. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comment?
I echo those comments, Rob, and I mean, you truly, CSEA is truly on the front lines of this, and we know the risks you're taking, and we know that you know, you've been doing everything you can to get all the jobs that are needed to get done. So we appreciate you, and we thank you for how great you've been to work with these last few months.
Thank you, Member Hoover. Mr. Reed, do you have anything to say?
Nothing that hasn't already been said. Thank you. Appreciate it, Rob.
Well, it's 1,000+ people that care about the students just like you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you for caring. Thank you, Rob.
All right. Bye-bye.
You have a good holidays. Folsom Cordova Education Association. Are we hearing? Anybody here?
Oh, yes. Good evening. I want to start by congratulating and welcoming Mr. Hui to the board, and we look forward to getting to know him and working with him as we move forward. Congratulations to Mr. Short in your new role as president. Looking forward to your continued advocacy for our students as well. As Mr. Thomas just said, I also want to say that FCEA supports the recommendation for the agenda item later this evening. If we look at where we're at right now, we're just back with elementary in hybrid only. They've only been actually in the classroom face to face for 17 days. If you take those Mondays out, and of course the holiday period. In just 17 days, we've had about 35, and that might even be a little conservative, but about 35 classrooms that have had to shift to distance learning because of positive COVID cases. We've had 2 sites that had to close down this week because they reached that 10% threshold, as well as 2 sites that have 3 or more members, FCA members or CSEA members, staff that are positive. And I know that's the OSHA guidelines, but because of that, that triggered testing for all staff on site. And the testing is a big issue. It's a big concern. I know there's the county sites, but they're impacted, and they're getting more impacted as our numbers are rising within the county. I thank the district immensely for stepping up, and they had to unfortunately step up financially to have our staff tested. And this, again, OSHA regulations will be tested, the staff will be tested weekly until there are no positive cases. So that could be a big cost factor for the district. I know the county is working on getting more testing, and that's fantastic. And I hope they can do that sooner rather than later. Sorry, derailed myself a little with the testing part, but I am very grateful for the district for stepping up with that. The majority of our cases have happened after Thanksgiving break without any quarantine in place. I know it was recommended, and that also came down so quickly from the state right before the break that there really wasn't time to mandate, if you will. So it was strongly recommended. But we came back from break and things have been very unstable over the last couple of weeks. Obviously, with those numbers, cases have risen tremendously. Some staff members have wanted to self-quarantine for a variety of reasons. That has impacted our subs. I don't want to quite call it a shortage, but it definitely has been challenging. I know there have been some principals that have had to step in because there haven't been the subs available. So it has been really unstable with classes closing, families choosing to quarantine on their own and wanting independent study or wanting to go to distance learning. So there has been a lot of back and forth so far. In initiating that 2-week quarantine after Christmas break would really help with having a more stable start to literally to the new year, lessening the risk of exposure for our students, our staff, our families, ultimately for the community, and also eliminating those staffing challenges. So we really would encourage you to support staff's recommendation on the quarantine, keeping in mind it's not an extended 2-week vacation. There's please no misunderstanding about that. It's a shift to distance learning for elementary. So elementary would do distance learning for 2 weeks. They would return back in hybrid after the Martin Luther King break. And then of course, secondary would already be in hybrid because I don't see the county quite going back to red that quickly. So again, please consider their recommendation. FCEA is behind it. Our bargaining unit gives it full support, as does CSEA. And I just want to end with saying happy holidays to all of you. Please stay safe, stay well, and we will see you in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelica. Now we're going to move on to Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Clegan and board members for having me this evening. Congratulations, Mr. Short, on being selected board president. I too would like to thank Ms. Ranking for her years of service, and welcome to the new board member, Mr. Hui. First, I'd like to recognize the steadfast work and dedication of our elementary principals and assistant principals. In the face of unprecedented challenges and obstacles, they have led with ingenuity and dedication. These leaders have balanced the needs of students, staff, and the community during a very difficult time. As a district, we should really be proud of these leaders. I'm now going to share some examples of how our district leaders, along with community partners, continue to support our students and families. The following words, which I will read, are from Michelle Flowers, principal at Kinney High School. Kinney High School partnered with MJ's Project, this year to ensure that over 40 students at Prospect and Kinney receive holiday gifts. The generosity of sponsors of the project has been truly amazing. One family sponsored another family that had 12 students. I had the pleasure of delivering gifts, gift cards, and food to this family. The family was so grateful. Students are reaching out to me in absolute awe. I tell them they can show their gratitude by graduating and making us all very proud. In addition to these gifts, we received packed duffel bags for our homeless students. While we might not be able to see our students daily, we can still touch their lives through the generosity of so many people in our community. Again, that is from Michelle Flowers, principal at Kinney High School. The next example comes from our Categorical Programs Office. Under the direction of Elena Cabrera, the Categorical Programs Office oversees numerous programs, which include services for homeless, foster, and low-income students. Through sustained relationships with community partners, families with the greatest needs receive food, basic clothing, and hygiene items. Here are a few examples of where these community partners help. First, with immediate food needs, they provide food, housing, emergency shelter, tutoring, and mentoring. Holiday outreach to over 130 families that have been adopted by faith-based organizations, nonprofit, private business, and other community organizations, and with the help of generous individuals. Instructional and school supplies at home or in class are provided, which include backpacks, headphones, and other supplies. They also help in meeting our ongoing needs through sustainable efforts like food lockers, clothing, and hygiene items, just to name a few. And I wanted to share some highlights of the generous gifts our community partners have put together for our students with unique needs this year. Community member Rosie Archie, she provided 50 duffel bags filled with hygiene, hats, scarves, candy, and other goodies for students. The Assistance League donated 100 bottles of kids shampoo, 50 hoodies, and several boxes of adult-sized diapers for special needs students. The Optimus International in Rancho Cordova provided headphones to homeless student services so that every backpack provided to homeless students include a pair of headphones or earbuds enabling distraction-free learning. The Cordova Recreation and Park District employees donated fast food gift cards for homeless students. They donated 73 gift cards totaling over $1,000. 50 of these gift cards were combined with the gift duffel bags donated by Rosie to be distributed to students for the holidays. The LDS of Folsom adopted 7 families in addition to all of the students and their babies in the Adolescent Parent Program at Walnutwood High School. In total, 24 FCUSD students from Rancho Cordova schools were adopted along with their families. And the Girl Scouts of America, which is Vista del Lago student Grace Cole, she created and donated 50 student cubbies that are being used by many of our elementary students. She also included activity bags to help keep younger siblings busy while the older students attend school from home. There are many more examples of this work being coordinated by the Categorical Programs Office and Ms. Cabrera, and we thank our community partners for their support. And I also want to thank CSEA and FCEA for all of their work this year and continuing throughout this year, and wish all of you a wonderful holiday. All the best.
Thank you very much. Moving on to District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Mr. President, there's no report this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have good holidays yourself too. Moving on to agenda consent. Do I have a motion?
I'll move it.
First, do I have a second?
I'll second.
A second. Go to the vote. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Huey?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. We got 5 zeros. Moving on to agenda consent.
And Ms. Gallant
Thank you.
and Ally.
Aye.
Oh, I'll keep out of sight of mine. Yeah, I gotta apologize. I'm used to always seeing it in person, so this is new to me. So, discussion and action item. There'll be number 9.
Mr. Short, before you go on, may I make an announcement based on the consent agenda that the board just approved?
Okay, go right ahead.
Yes, on the personnel action form, one of the administrators that was approved for our district is our new director of social emotional learning and equity. I'd like to announce and welcome Dr. Ayana Peace. We are pleased to welcome her in this new position. She comes to us from Sacramento City USD, where she was most recently the principal of Arthur Benjamin Health Professions High School. During her time in Sac City, Dr. Peace also served as the assistant principal at C.K. McClatchy High School. and as their coordinator of student support. Her breadth of experience has included working at Solano County Office of Education and Twin Rivers Unified School District. With over 12 years of experience, Dr. Peace has focused on social emotional learning supports, counseling, intervention supports, academic advancement strategies, curriculum development, and research-based restorative justice practices. Welcome to the district, Dr. Ayana Peace, and she is with us tonight joining us, and glad you could join us and look forward to having you on board after the new year. Oops, she's muted.
Muted. Can't hear you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Collegian, Board President Short, and members of the board. I'm humbly honored for this opportunity, and I'm grateful and excited to join such a dynamic group of educators that are committed to social emotional learning and educational equity. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. We're excited to have you on board. So looking forward to working with you. Thank you. Anything else, Mrs. Zup? Okay. Moving on after agenda consent, we're going to be moving on to item 9, discussion action item. This is 11A, reopening updates and approve the recommendation to consider transition to full distance learning for up to 2 weeks following the winter break and transition to a hybrid model for secondary schools. So once the Sacramento County has moved into the red tier for 3 weeks, following guidance from the California Department of Health. Superintendent?
Yes, thank you. This evening we have a brief presentation to share, and we will have staff, Curtis Wilson, Jim Huber, Angela Griffin, Carrie Kay, Jennifer Sarin, that'll be helping share this presentation before we make the recommendation to the board at the end. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Curtis Wilson.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Clegan. So as was just mentioned, this will be a brief update of the opening of schools right now. And then we will get into that actual discussion action item towards the last slides. So there we are, we have the outcomes here. So again, this evening we'll be discussing the reopening updates for elementary, a quick update on the numbers, hybrid versus distance learning. Dr. Huber will share the secondary by the numbers for where we currently stand in terms of hybrid distance learning and the results of the survey to the families, and kind of what to expect in January, which has been discussed briefly already. Dashboard updates, frontline updates, and Sacramento County Public Health updates also will be shared along with the Cal OSHA updates, which have had an impact on a few of our sites this week. We now, on the 6th item here, we'll come to the distance learning upon return from winter break discussion action item, and then take questions from the board. Next slide, please. So the elementary numbers right now, and let me read it from here because those are really far away. If we're looking, we started on the 9th of November, and at that time, about 4,939 students had chosen hybrid to return to school, and leaving 3,374 for the distance learning option. Now, those of you that are doing quick math, you will notice that the Folsom Cordova Community Charter School is not involved in these numbers, as it's a different program that really isn't considered hybrid or distance learning. They are a homeschool model, so we have pulled those numbers out of these numbers. If we look at the updates as of the 11th of December, and the reason we chose the 11th is that was the date that this presentation was uploaded for the public viewing. And the numbers for hybrid at that time were 4671 and distance learning at 3710. And if you can see the breakdown below that, we have lost 268 students from the hybrid program and gained 336 into distance learning. I know those numbers don't jive, and you'll notice that the independent studies do add up there if we were to do some math as well. So we have seen a shift, and keep in mind that this is across 20 different elementary sites this time. Next slide, please. And I believe Dr. Huber is going to share this slide.
he's on mute.
Dr. Huber, I believe you're muted.
We can't hear you. Yeah.
Okay, it is.
That. So I won't read these numbers to you, but this is where things have ended up with the secondary. And as you can see, we've got represented on the left-hand column is the distance learning students, the students that so far have chosen to stay in distance learning. And then the next column, hybrid, are the students choosing to come back to that A-B model. And then also in that last column is just to give you an idea in terms of how many families have not responded yet. Now, this slide is about a week old. And I know, for instance, Mills Middle School, that 415 number is now down just below 200. So the schools continue to reach out to families directly to make contact with them to find out, what their preference is in terms of distance learning or hybrid. If we can't get a hold of the family, then we are assuming that they are going to come back in hybrid.
Lost him again.
Slide, Kelly.
Hello.
All right. And then in terms of, just again, preparing for the likeliness of what January might look like, it does not look like we'll be starting January 4th as we originally had talked about at a previous board meeting. The schools are working, however, in terms of preparing for that hybrid model. And so most of the schools are pretty close to being done with the schedules that have been created for the kids that will return to campus. One of the questions we had that in terms of showing the previous schedules, one of the caveats was whether or not those schedules might change because of transportation. And working with Jim Snow, they actually, transportation can make the schedules work. So they do not need to be adjusted, which was super thrilling for all the secondary administrators. We're still working on installing cameras in the classrooms and getting the teachers up and going on using those cameras. So the ability to use 2 cameras while they're teaching, if they are teaching from the classroom. And then there are obviously increases of teachers actually now physically on site because a lot of them have had the technology reinstalled in their classrooms. So they are teaching from their classrooms again.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Kalikian and everybody who's joining us. Hopefully by now you've had an opportunity to visit our COVID-19 dashboard page. And this is where we are presenting information at a very high level view of those verified COVID cases. And then also recently we added this addition of including numbers of quarantine individuals by staff and by student. This presentation slide was also uploaded prior to some upgrades and some changes that we've made to the dashboard, and that includes changing the weekly update to Wednesdays. So every Wednesday, we will update those numbers of those verified COVID cases, of those quarantine numbers. And the reason we did this was for 2 good reasons. One was that those are the metrics by which we are able to determine if a school site can stay open or if it needs to close, either by the number of COVID cases or also by the staff availability to run the school. And Wednesdays also allows our nursing staff ample time to be able to do all that contact tracing. So when there is a positive case and we're doing the close contact assessment of who might have been in touch with that COVID positive case, the nurses are calling individually each family member, each staff, and gathering that information, and that takes a little bit of time. So that's the rationale for moving it to Wednesdays. But we hope that this gives everybody a big high-level view of what's taking place in our district at our different school sites, and at the same time maintaining that privacy and confidentiality that's so important.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Kaligian, and parents that are here watching with us. Thank you so much, and staff who are here watching. Certainly appreciate you taking the time tonight. to get the updates and be a part of these ongoing conversations this year. So I wanted to give a little bit of an update, as was requested, about the frontline screening tool. And I first want to acknowledge this tool is new in terms of technology. The working with Frontline, they have programs out there that are more than 2 decades old. Frontline, the COVID screening tool itself is less than, I would say, 7 months old, given where we are with this pandemic. And so certainly I want to acknowledge that there have been some bugs and be upfront with everyone and let them know that some of those are on the FCUSD side of things and some of those are on the Frontline side of things. And we are working through them diligently and hoping that in the coming days, we will be able to have a much more smooth process for both parents and staff. So for the parents, what they may be experiencing in terms of those frustrations, I've given them some nicknames only for my own sanity. One of them is, I'm calling it the Groundhog Day experience, which is not pleasant, and I don't want anyone to continue experiencing this. We think it will be fixed within the next 24 to 48 hours. But what's happening there is parents will set up their account, maybe on Monday, do the screening, come back on Tuesday, and they have to set up their account again. I know that is frustrating, and again, we are working on that. The other thing we've recognized is that there is a glitch within the system about kindergartners, and again, that's another one that will be fixed within the next 24 to 48 hours. And then the third one that we were very much aware of is adding more than one sibling. We do not want you to have to choose a favorite child. That's not the goal. We want you to be able to add all of your children who are participating in a hybrid education. And again, Frontline is working on that and trying to figure out what that glitch is. And the other thing I just want to mention, since we have a good audience here tonight, is that as we get further into this process, the immunization information. I am very much aware as a parent and as a school nurse that right now Frontline is flagging everyone as incompliant or non-compliant. You are not. If you're compliant within PowerSchool, you are compliant in the eyes of our department and in the eyes of the district. It's because those two systems have not communicated that particular bit of data yet. And that will be forthcoming as we get further into the rollout of the electronic health record. But right now, I've paused that so that we can really focus on a much more smooth rollout of the Frontline tool for parents and staff. So for staff, we have had, I think, a pretty decent rollout, not without bumps and not without questions. And we're working through those as well. There's a few folks that maybe are being still redirected to the electronic health record rather than being directed to the health portal. Frontline is trying to figure that one out. And if you want to, Kelly, could you click on that link that says staff portal? I think it will work. Thank you. So I just want to show folks what's supposed to happen in the smooth world. You're supposed to ignore this username, ignore password, and ignore login, those things that we're so automatically programmed to do. And instead, this one that Kelly has highlighted here, it says single sign. We're supposed to be doing this. And if you, as a Folsom Cordova staff member, are concurrently logged in to your FCUSD Google account, if you click that single sign, this whole process will take less than about 30 seconds. But if we try to do any of these other things that we're kind of automatically conditioned to do, it'll become frustrating. So hopefully we've worked through a lot of those things with staff, and we'll have a more smooth process when we come back in January. I am happy to say that today we were able to roll out a little bit more detail in that screening tool based on feedback that we have had from staff who are using the tool and who had been using in past the Google check-in and check-out. And so if you went online today to do your screening tool as a staff member or as a parent, you noticed there were some different questions and a little bit different acknowledgements. And so those will be there moving forward, and I hope everyone is happy with those changes. So the data that we collect is, again, confidential. It is not shared out with anyone other than if we do some specific contact tracing, we do by law have to share that with the Sacramento County Department of Public Health. But again, it is one health entity sharing with another health entity. And so your information is secure within Frontline. It is HIPAA and FERPA compliant. And then Jennifer Saran, I think, is coming up next to talk about the Cal OSHA things, but she may also be able to talk about that bullet point there that mentions the 45-day period of reporting information. So I'll hand this off to Jennifer. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, this is Jennifer. Good evening, board member, Dr. Clinkian. Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't a co-host, so I couldn't come on to screen there. Thank you to everyone actually who's with us tonight to hear about these updates. I do want to explain a bit about the confidentiality and that we're remaining compliant with that. The new Cal OSHA rules, which I have outlined on a slide following this one, also include that we address in the written worksite specific plans about that confidentiality that Carrie had mentioned. We're always keeping staff's medical information and student medical information confidential with that exception. And I did include that on her Frontline slide so that you could see that when there are matters such as this this pandemic that we're dealing with, public health needs to know, and we are required to report to them and work with them on contact tracing and that sort of thing. So that's the only exception to when somebody's information, and it's still handled in a very confidential manner by our COVID team. And it's really just so we can make sure that we're keeping people safe and following the protocols that we need to. And so with the Cal OSHA emergency temporary standards, those were both approved and went into effect on Monday, November 30th. So there's a lot of catching up to do as far as just, it's a big document. And it's really more about elaborating on the written worksite specific plan that we had created many months ago or much earlier on in 2020. So there are additions coming to that. The safety protocols that we've taken and that are outlined in the written worksite specific plan and our training for staff are on point. These new emergency temporary standards really elaborate more on needing to add things about hazard correction and periodic inspection. And there is an element in there about required testing. So there's a new standard, new in this standard are the requirements for testing, whether there are 3 positive cases or 20 or more positive cases on a work site. And they have very specific definitions of what a work site is and also definitions about what counts as an exposure. So with the 3 positives, if we have 3 positive cases, we need to implement testing for staff and continue that until we have a 14-day period without a positive test. And so, as I said, as of the 30th, this became effective. We immediately went to work to make sure that we could secure some methods to fulfill that and make sure that we get everybody tested and what the information that they would need so we can pivot and do what we need to do. The definitions of exposure for Cal OSHA are quite different, and I do just want to point that out. Public health, as we're familiar with, defines exposure as being in contact with someone within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes. And that's what they do. They handle the contact tracing piece. What Cal OSHA's emergency temporary standards speak to are their definition of exposure is more about workplace safety. So they just count a number on the workplace, and it's not really related to whether somebody did have what public health would consider contact. So we also have notifications that will come out of here, and we will do our best to make sure that we make those definitions clear. I think that for some people, they might be receiving a notification that they might need to go test because there was a work site positive case, but it is different than needing to test or needing to take action like quarantine because of an actual public health definition of exposure. So there are a lot of parameters to this, and we're just trying to overlap them and make sure that they are all in compliance. Thank you.
Hello again. So a few things about Sacramento County Public Health, as well as CDC and the state of California public health updates. I've said many times, I've had the wonderful opportunity every 2 weeks to meet with the schools team within Sacramento County Public Health, and that is inclusive of Dr. Olivia Cassirier. Their support to schools has been outstanding and ongoing, and their availability to answer an email, pick up the phone. I don't know that any of them are listening tonight, but I want you all as parents, staff, and school board members to know they are working nonstop to support different entities, but certainly schools. And so, yes, the CDC did update their isolation and quarantine guidelines. I believe it's been about 2 weeks ago. It took a bit for the state of California to kind of review those and weigh in. And then, yes, the California Department of Public Health did recognize that in some instances, an individual who is a contact of a case, so a case is someone who is positive with COVID-19, in some instances, a contact might remain asymptomatic. And we recognize that in those cases, sometimes there's hardships to quarantine for 14 days. And so the CDC and then the California Department of Public Health did say that sometimes it might be appropriate, instead of a 14-day quarantine, to look at a 10-day quarantine if that individual is indeed asymptomatic. So in talking with Sacramento County Public Health this morning, we are actually not endorsing that. We are endorsing the idea to stick with the 10 and 14-day timelines that we have been using. And again, this slide is a little bit out of date because we put it up there on last Friday, and I had not had my meeting yet with Sac County. That was this morning. But recognizing the surge that we're in currently, not only as a county and a region, as a state, but certainly as a nation, we know, public health knows, as well as your clinical decision makers, your physicians in doctors' offices, pediatric offices, et cetera, that an asymptomatic contact can become a case. So they can convert to being positive on day 11, 12, 13, or 14. So the science that we have learned, we're continuing to learn so much. But right now, in the light of the surge that we're experiencing, and knowing that we're entering holiday season where by nature we want to gather, we want to see family, we want to see friends, we're going to recommend that we stick with the 14-day quarantine recommendation for folks who are contacts of cases. We may be able to reevaluate that as our cases come down, or maybe as we go into the red tier, or maybe the orange tier, but for now, that is our recommendation. And as you all know, we are under stay-at-home orders. Those began December 11th and are for a period of 3 weeks. And I want to say just a huge, huge shout out to my nursing team. We have nurses, we have LVNs, and we have health assistants. And all of them have been doing a phenomenal job, and a handful of them have more than 2 or 3 elementary sites. And as you can imagine, they're not only busy with their typical job descriptions, but now we've added in this layer of contact tracing. And I want to thank each and every one of them for the contact tracing. Each one of those events takes an enormous amount of time. As others have already mentioned, it's a phone call, it's multiple phone calls, it's talking. It's important to have those conversations, to answer questions. And so I want to tell them all thank you. And then myself and Cheryl Sharp in HR have been doing the brunt of the work when we contact trace with staff. I have on a handful of occasions reached out to a couple of nurses to say, I'm a little busy here. I know it's not going to get done today. Can you help? And they have said yes. So I just want to say thank you to my team for continuing to step up during this pandemic and do an outstanding job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. We're going to move on to the recommendation, the discussion action portion of this item. The recommendation here actually has two parts to it. One is the first part is a recommendation for distance learning for all students upon the return from winter break. And the second part is the transition to a hybrid model for secondary schools once Sacramento County has moved into the red tier for the 3 weeks following guidance from the California Department of Public Health. I want to talk about the elementary piece of that. As we all know, elementary is in a hybrid setting at this time. And so the first part of this recommendation is to have this discussion regarding distance learning for all students upon the return from winter break. And what we're hoping to have a discussion about this evening is discussing whether that is going to happen, whether it's going to be 1 week to 2 weeks, and then in-person returning as of January 12th or January 19th. A few reasons for this. One is it allows for the self-quarantine after holiday travel and visits. Earlier in this presentation, earlier this evening, I believe it was Ms. Miklos made a point that the ask here for the 2-week quarantine is not to extend travel time. It is actually to quarantine or allow for quarantining should a student or family travel during that holiday break. It also is to help address the substitute shortage that we are experiencing right now in terms of how many people in classes that we have out and the shortage of subs that we have to come in and teach the in-person classes at this time. This does have some planning implications, and I want to be very clear about those. And notice to families, this vote happening today, tomorrow would be, or tonight and tomorrow would be the notification to families before we leave for break. So I want to put that on everybody's mind. Also, material distribution. I know that this topic has been discussed in general for a week or so, the possibility of this. And so I know that there are some teachers that were planning for the possibility of this, but knowing that it was going to be brought to a vote and discussion this evening. And also planning for the facilities and staffing, knowing that even in the distance learning, we will have to have our schools staffed in order for teachers who choose to teach from their classrooms will still continue to do that for the distance learning pieces. So those are the main pieces of that recommendation for elementary. And I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Huber to discuss the secondary part of this recommendation in terms of moving to the red tier.
All right. Sorry, it worked that time. So in terms of also the recommendation, secondary is a little bit different in that we are contingent on where things go with the tiers and the Sacramento County Office of Health and what the state decides. So we're in that phase of waiting to go into the red, if you will. And we've discussed this in the past. Originally, that the board meeting where we met, we thought we'd be returning that first Monday, returning from winter break. But in terms of where we are now, that's unlikely. And so one of the aspects of this is, when does Sacramento County go into the red tier? And whenever that happens, that is literally when the clock starts, if you will, for us. Once the county's in the red tier for 2 weeks, the 14 days, then at the conclusion of that time period, we can go to a hybrid model with our schools, as long as we are still in the red tier when we go to open schools hybrid. So still kind of a holding pattern for secondary, because there's no waiver like elementary or anything like that to get us going beforehand. We've got to get to that red tier, and we got to be there for 2 weeks, and then we'll be ready to go.
So at this time, we'll entertain any questions from the board.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
So I just want to clarify this 3-week section. I think it's causing a lot of confusion. What Mr. and my agenda just logged me out, so I apologize. What Mr. Huber is saying to me is correct. It's 2 weeks in red before we can open schools. But I'm just trying to understand why the inclusion of the 3-week language in the recommendation is necessary, or what the purpose of it is. In the current recommendation.
And I would respond by saying we could leave out the 3-week
Okay.
period. That 3-week really was more in the background of what Sac County Public Health, when their clock starts ticking, but it's just confusing the
Right.
action. The action is once the county declares that Sac County is in the red for 2 weeks, that's our green light to go if we're still in red, after that 14 days.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I would suggest leaving it out because I think, it's really inconsequential to our decision because when the county goes to red, that's what matters. And that's the county's decision, right? Not our decision. So whenever that starts, just to clarify, that's a 2-week timeline for us, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I would suggest taking that out. I think it's confusing because it's also, there's a 3-week number for transitioning between tiers. So to go from red to orange, you have to be in red for 3 weeks. So it's very confusing, but if the board is open to that, I would definitely suggest taking that out. Just a couple other questions here, and then I'll pass the mic. Let's see. And I know the motivation behind the recommendation, and so I want to ask: did we see, since we just had the Thanksgiving holiday, did we see an increase in issues following the week following that holiday compared to the general upward trend that was already happening in the community? I guess would be my question.
And we have seen that continual spike, but also in this last week, we did have to close 2 schools because of meeting our metric that the board set on November 23rd of 10% or more of our staff out on quarantine, which impacted the ability to keep our schools open. So in addition to those spikes, it did impact 2 of our schools. And we've got a few schools that are on watch right now that are teetering on that percentage. So that impact in these last 2 weeks since Thanksgiving, as we look at the data, would suggest that it has increased. In looking at the closure of schools and more quarantine classrooms, that's also data that would support that.
Would this holiday quarantine apply to special education? I believe it would, but I just want to clarify that. And is that something we're comfortable with, especially given that especially for our moderate severe kids, the distance learning is extremely difficult and not really effective. So is that the plan at this point with this recommendation?
The plan would be to include special education as well in the 2-week quarantine. And is Ms. Wessinger a co-host? Okay. Ms. Wessinger, can you also give us a little background on that recommendation?
Yes. Okay. Yes, I can. As I've shared with you before, Mr. Hoover, the challenge that we have during the time when we are surging is finding substitute teachers and enough staff to operate our classrooms. And so one of the things that I was looking at today and that I got updated information on is that in the last 3 weeks, we have had to close 7 elementary SDC classes and 1 preschool SDC class due to positive COVID tests. We also, as I've shared with you, have had to close some classes due to short staffing and not being able to obtain a sub for those classrooms.
Thank you. That's it for now. I might have some more later. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Clark.
So Mr. Hoover took care of my Thanksgiving and the uptick of numbers, so I won't bother asking that. I got a question about the dashboard. Now, over the holiday, will that be updated?
Ms. Griffin, do you want to address the dashboard, please?
Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My camera isn't working, so I apologize for that. So we wouldn't update the dashboard over the holiday break. And again, it's really more of a staffing concern than it is the ability to update the numbers. So what I mean by that is we rely upon the whole team of the health services, the nurses and the clerks, and oftentimes even the front office staff who are communicating in order to gather that data. And as Ms. Kay mentioned, it really does take hours to gather all of that data. And it's from there that we're able to pull those numbers for the dashboard. And so because most of staff will be out and schools will be closed for those 2 weeks, we just wouldn't have the resources to update it.
Okay, so it possibly will be updated the first day we come back on the 4th, or?
So we would be committed to updating it. Again, we moved to those Wednesdays,
Right.
Those once a week Wednesdays. We follow sort of the governor's Tuesday announcements in a way of a rhythm of a week of reporting. So every Wednesday, and what that does, and especially it allows those Mondays of those common planning time days for the health services team to be able to make those phone calls, gather those numbers, do that contact tracing. And I also just want to point out too that the dashboard numbers, while those are reported once a week on that timeline and that rhythm, that's different than the individual contact tracing. That's different than those personal phone calls. So if there is a personal concern, they are getting that phone call from the nurse. So this is really, again, to be able to provide a high level information, a tableau of verified cases, and also those subsequent quarantines, which those numbers, as you can see on the dashboard, are higher. That doesn't mean that they all have COVID. That just means that they're, for some reason, either they came into contact with somebody who was either on site, or it could just be their family member. It could be somebody that they live with. And so that individual student or that individual staff member simply has to quarantine, not necessarily an entire cohort.
Okay, thank you.
No, you're very welcome.
So the other question I have, so a lot of talk about that front line, and I've been concerned about that from the beginning. How effective are those numbers? Or do we know if staff or teachers are using it? Do we know our parents are using it? Are we having the accountability for our parents and our teachers using that thing, or how's it working?
That's a great question. So when I look at the kind of the behind the scenes of Frontline, I can say that we have about a 25% participation rate right now for staff. Now, the Frontline numbers are inclusive of all staff. And I know that not all staff are needing to take that because they're not coming to work on a school campus. Maybe they're completely distance learning or distance teaching, working from home. So that number is a little bit skewed in terms of I can't extract the staff who are not actually working on their sites or in our buildings. So given the the challenges that we've had, I am happy with 25% right now. I know that will only climb as we get through these bumps and tech glitches. And then for staff or for parents, it's a lower number, and I'm not surprised because we've got some roadblocks in there to make this be an easy process. And again, once we work through those, and I think then do a better push of communication, whether it's coming from Angela at a district level or from individual school sites, websites, texts, etc. We'll have more participation, I believe, when we come back in January. Thank you. It's a great question. Yeah, and a fair question.
And Carrie, you actually mentioned that this thing should be totally updated within the next 24 to 48 hours. So I'm assuming that this thing will be ready to go, fully functional by the time we get back, because I know next week and we'll be looking into our holiday break, correct?
Correct. That's my goal. And I know it's Frontline's goal. They're aware of the problems. We are not the only client of theirs who are experiencing these issues. Right. And so they've got their team on it as well.
Well, I just want to call the anticipation of it, working when we come back. If it's going to be updated, let's say it's going to be updated, or let's say we're not sure it's going to be updated, but I just want to make sure, we've had problems with other things being promised that it'd be updated and it's not updated. So I just want to make sure that it's updated so parents can get on, log in, and do what they need to do. The other question I had, and here I am saying I was going to be more quiet. I looked at the numbers and we were talking about families moving over to distance learning from the hybrid. Do you anticipate those numbers to steadily increase of folks going to distance learning, or you think they'll stay with hybrid?
That might be a question for Mr. Wilson.
Yeah. What we are experiencing right now is an increase in parents wishing to move to distance learning right now. And that's being sparked by a few things. And this is all data that we're receiving from parents and what they're telling us as they're calling the schools. The first jump we saw in that was the move into the purple tier. The second spike we saw in that was the return from Thanksgiving break. And so we actually are anticipating a few more students wanting to switch over after the Christmas break. And again, a lot of this comes with not knowing what this coming year has in store for us, with how quick the vaccine is coming, what the numbers of the county do, and all that plays a role in what parents' decisions are.
Okay. And then my last question, kind of perplexed about the 1 to 2 weeks. Either it's 1 week or 2 weeks. I mean, where do we get the 1 to 2? I mean, can somebody explain that to me a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, this the recommendation was made to allow the board to have a discussion and take action, however they see fit in the best move for our district to take. So whether you feel that a week is sufficient for that, or whether you wanted to see a full 2 weeks, or whether you didn't want to see any weeks at all, and return at our normal time.
Okay, so just for clarification, we can say, okay, we'll settle on 1 week of quarantine time, or it can't be 2 weeks. It's one or the other, right?
It honestly, the board can make the recommendation based off of whatever they like. They could do 2 days if you choose that. We gave the options of 1 week and 2 weeks just to make it a little bit easier for parents to see how that looks on the calendar.
Sure.
For planning purposes, and looking at the amount of days and the calendar would allow for those decisions to be made.
Okay. And oh gosh, one more question. I know it's a logistical and operational thing as far as our teachers and staff. What percentage do we have left of our substitute pool? Do we have teachers ready to go? Or are we looking at a shortage?
Mr. Ogden, can you address that, please?
At this time, we do have a shortage of subs. Our pool is very small. We do have a cadre of subs that are trained to do distance learning. We have subs that are ready to come in and provide services for in-person instruction also, but it is a very small pool of subs.
Okay. All right. So basically, one major uptick could probably deplete our pool, is what you're telling me?
That's correct.
Okay, because I am, and it's a concern to me, and I'll make my final comments, that principals are teaching, and I guess maybe we're borrowing staff or teachers from our secondary schools to go to the elementaries. I mean, that's just probably a concern, but I'll yield the rest of my time to any of the other colleagues that want to ask questions.
Any more questions from the board?
Yeah, President Short, I have a few questions.
Hey, Mr. Rui.
I have a few questions about special ed. So if Ms. Wessinger is still on the call with us.
Thanks, she is.
So I guess one of the things I'm curious about is on an IEP, typically it's stated that the service will take place on the school campus. So how are we getting around that while we're moving between distance and school campus or something like this?
Hi, hello, Mr. Becht. Hello. This is Betty Jo. The way we're not really getting around it because the IDEA is clear that we're obligated to provide a free and appropriate public education, no matter what. And so we also have to follow public health guidelines and ensure the safety of our students and staff. So it's really about finding that balance and making sure that to the maximum extent possible that we are still delivering the services in the IEP, whether or not we're in a classroom or if we're in a distance learning format.
Okay. And so I'm also curious, you said there's 7 SDC classes, I think in this last week you mentioned, that have had to close, 1 preschool.
Yes.
How many SDC classes are there throughout the district?
There's about 130 special ed, what would be special ed cohorts, special ed classrooms, and of that number, about 70 are special day classes, 60 maybe.
Okay. The rest of those are made up of secondary as well as other.
So we have, if we're counting our special day classes, we have from preschool. We have preschool special day, elementary, middle, high, and we also have an 18 to 22-year-old program. We actually have 3 classes in our 18 to 22-year-old program. And then we also have our specialized academic instruction, which would be our pull-out, like our learning center or resource program. And so counting all of those together, it's 130 programs. And so a little less than half of that are special day classes.
So this last week, 7 of those classes had to close. Do you have information about how many classes we've had to quarantine altogether in the last, let's say since Thanksgiving?
So those are the special day classes. We do have information about the total number of classes that have closed. I don't have that. I did not bring that information with me. I tried to extract the information about what special education programs had to close specifically. And then, for example, the 7 that I mentioned plus the preschool class did not include, we had to close Blanche Sprents and Mather Heights also. And so we included the classrooms there. That would be an additional 2 special day classes that closed.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that.
Yes. And then it gets a little bit confusing because right now we do have special day classes that are open. All of our special day classes would be open in our elementary hybrid model, but we have a very small number of special day classes that are open in special education cohorts at secondary.
Okay. Based on what you've heard, well, let me start with a different question. I wonder, can you speak during these quarantines for the special ed students specifically, what you're seeing in terms of learning loss and social emotional challenges that the special ed students are facing because of the transition from in-person to a distance model?
I think that we can say that all of our students are experiencing learning loss and that there is a social emotional impact on all of our students. And what we're seeing in special education is that we actually have some students that are doing very well, and we have students that are really struggling. And it's hard we can't really even classify it by, here's a specific classroom or a specific disability that's not doing better or worse. But what we can say generally is that our students who are more significantly impacted by their disability are struggle to make the connection and really benefit in a distance learning format.
Okay. And that might be more like the mod severe classes, is that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any feedback from the families that have recently had to quarantine about the impact that it's had on their students?
Well, I would say I don't necessarily hear from the families who've had to quarantine. What I hear more from is the families who are really struggling to support their students at home.
Great. Thank you for your time. I have a few other questions. One, I think probably for Ms. Kay. So, Ms. Kay, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so I've, certainly not a doctor, and I've made a mistake of trying to understand all of the CDC guidelines. So I'm hoping for some clarification. I understand we're following the Sacramento County public health guidelines, and that California has adopted the CDC guidelines, from what I understand. Under the CDC guidelines, it mentions that quarantine can end after 10 days without testing if no symptoms have been reported. And then there's a note under there that the residual post-quarantine transmission risk for a 10-day quarantine, which I think is what you were speaking about on day 11, somebody can test positive on day 12. On the residual quarantine transmission risk for a 10-day quarantine is estimated to be about 1% with an upper limit of about 10%. I just want to make sure I understand what that language means. Does that mean that it's the average is 1% of the population coming back would test positive in day 11, 12, 13, or 14, but it could be up to 10?
That is how I would interpret it. I think, you know, the CDC and state of California are, like I said, recognizing that a 14-day quarantine, like if you take it out of, let's say, not just the school setting and we look at workforce setting, a 14-day quarantine for many people, if we're asking them continually or maybe more than one time during this pandemic to quarantine for 14 days due to either a positive case at home and they're a contact of that case, or something that's happening in their workplace or exposure somehow, we recognize that's certainly a hardship. But then in the same vein, you have to apply the science. And so what the CDC is sharing is part of the science that has been learned thus far. And we know that there is, to a great extent, folks who are asymptomatic, and then that transmission or the chance that they're going to, one, convert to be a positive after 10 days, it decreases. It's an exponential decrease is, I guess, how I would explain it in math terms. I don't know all of the science either, but I know, like, from what you're seeing from the CDC, they're saying there is still a chance, though. And that's certainly what Sacramento County, erring on the side of caution, being super conservative because of where we are with our numbers right now, is saying if we can continue to quarantine for that full 14 days, we know the incubation period of the virus seems to be in that 14-day period. If someone's going to convert to positive, it typically happens within that 14-day time frame. We also know, like in terms of testing, if you are someone who's been exposed to a positive case, by nature, we want to go get tested the next day and get an answer. And I understand that, but that might not be the best window to go get tested. The best window is really 5 to 7 days post-exposure, because then that virus, if you are going to catch it, if you are going to be someone who converts to a positive in that 5 to 7 day window, we know that you are more likely to get an accurate positive or negative. So I don't know if I fully answered the question. I hope I did, but like you, I mean, there's so much that we're still learning and trying to wrap our heads around. But I think just in summary, Sacramento County wants to err on the side of caution and be conservative, and to the extent possible, apply public health knowledge to these scenarios, and recognize that sometimes there's a clinical discrepancy, and we have to work with the pediatricians or the family practice or the other healthcare providers and kind of come to something that makes sense for all.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And I think you answered it. At 14 days, it's kind of as sure as we can be, although I don't know what that means anymore. But at 10 days, it's likely that, 1% of the population that is asymptomatic will turn symptomatic within that 11, 12, 13, 14 day window. Although each day that passes, it gets exponentially less likely that we would get a positive case.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's really helpful. The last question, at least for now, I think is for Mr. Ogden. I'm just wondering, currently with the substitute issue that we're having, if we don't have a sub to fill in for a teacher, does the entire class go to distance learning?
David, can you hear me talk right now? Yes, we have had situations where we have not been able to staff sub. We've used principal to substitute, master to substitute, and we have had situations
Mr. President, I don't think we can hear the response.
Can you guys, you can hear it there? We'll check it out. Thank you. We'll go back to the mic.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Okay. Repeat what you said, Mr.
We've had a couple of situations where we have not had enough subs to cover. We've used site administrators, principals have covered classes as substitutes. They have their credentialed teachers. We've had situations where non-rostered teachers have stepped in and substituted. And we also have had situations where we've had to transition a class to distance learning because we were not able to provide a sub.
Thank you. That's all for now.
Okay. Any other board questions?
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple questions. The first question is, I guess, for the superintendent. While challenging, would you say the thresholds the board established are working as intended for, the 5% to 10%?
I would say they are. I think they've been helpful in looking at all the factors that go into keeping our classrooms open in a hybrid situation, but also recognizing the variables that could impact that, besides having 5% of COVID cases, which, we were looking at, operationally we'll have challenges way before we hit that number. And we're appreciative of the board approving that metric. Yes, I would agree. It's been very helpful in some of our decision making this week.
Would you say that the greater challenge is the issue of quarantining, not necessarily the issue of positive cases? Is that the bigger challenge?
I think if you look at our dashboard and you look at the number of classrooms that have had to quarantine just since the last reporting of the dashboard, I believe the numbers of students has over doubled. So I would say yes, that, classrooms that are on quarantine continues to increase out of an abundance of caution many times, but that's part of our health and safety plan too for staff and students.
Okay. I guess this would probably be a question for Ms. Kay. Have we asked Sacramento County Public Health if we have any barriers or obstacles to returning to hybrid after 2 weeks in January if Sacramento County is still in purple?
In terms of the school sites that are already open, so our elementary sites that are already open in hybrid, no, that their stance is that once schools are already open, you can continue to operate and be open. So no, there's not any roadblocks that Sacramento County would put in the way.
So we're grandfathered into that status then?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that question was asked though of them?
Yes, both Ms. Kay and I asked that with Dr. Kasari on more than one occasion.
Yes.
Also a question for Ms. Kay. What can you describe the current stay-at-home order that Sacramento County is in right now? What does that entail?
Oh, well, it doesn't. So for schools that are open, schools can certainly remain open like we have been doing since the 11th of December when it came into play. But it definitely has impact in other sectors, business, retail, restaurants. The curfew is still in play where you're supposed to be home by 10 and not go anywhere before 5 unless, of course, it's essential or for work. So that's the highlights. I would have to actually pull up the stay-at-home order, which I know Dr. Kasirier put an updated order on Sac County Public Health website when that occurred. But it is restrictive, but not in the context of school sites that are already open.
So obviously the goal of the stay-at-home order is to drive the infection rate down.
Correct, because as a county and as a state, and certainly I think as a nation, what we've seen is, we've talked many times in these board meetings about the things that we can control and the things that we cannot. And the spread is in large part due to things that we certainly as a school district cannot control. We can put in the safety measures that we have, the required of masks, the social distancing, the improved air filtration, et cetera. But once you're beyond that work day and the school day, the gathering, the sports, those kinds of things that are out of our control, those are the areas where if you really trace back where cases are coming from, it is in those kinds of scenarios. And I think so with the stay-at-home order, the goal, like you said, is to bring those case rates and contact opportunities down.
And the stay-at-home order is in effect till what date?
Right now, it is for a 3-week period, which I'd have to go back to that slide. There's so many different numbers running through my head, but starting December 11 through 3 weeks, which I think puts us at January 1, if I remember correctly. Now, that could continue if the ICU capacity in our region, which we know is a multi-county region, doesn't in fact go back up over that 15% capacity, because that's what put us in the stay-at-home order scenario.
Was there a stay-at-home order in place during the Thanksgiving break?
No, there was not. There was a recommendation to not travel if at all possible, not gather with mixing of households and family members who you don't typically see, but there was not a stay-at-home order in place during the Thanksgiving break.
So I guess I'm curious, if the purpose of the stay-at-home order is to drive the infection rate down, and it goes through January 1st, which includes Christmas and New Year's, why are we concerned that there might be a spike in the first or second week of January?
That's a great question. I think because we have seen that by nature, even though you don't want to, it's hard to, it's hard to not gather, I think is probably the summary answer there. And so if you're considering the extension or the addition of 2 weeks of distance learning, that gives time hopefully for folks who are still traveling or still making the choice to, because again, it's personal choice, to gather with family, whether they're in state or out of state, whatever those scenarios might be. If we then put in a 2-week window of time where we have distance learning, then hopefully some of those folks and exposures don't happen in the school setting.
So basically the theory is that people aren't going to abide by the stay-at-home order.
I don't know about that. I think it's hard. I think certainly there's pandemic fatigue out there. This is lasting a lot longer than I think most people would have even thought or anticipated. So we need to recognize pandemic fatigue. I think we need to recognize that there are folks out there who are doubtful of these kinds of stay-at-home orders and the effectiveness of them, or even doubtful of the recommendation to not travel or not mix. So there's a lot of things I think that play into that.
If the main concern is Christmas, I believe 14 days, or I forget, 10 days from Christmas is what, January 4th? Is that right?
I think that's about right. 10 days. I'd have to pull up a calendar.
Yeah. It looks like it's January 4th. So under the CDC guidance, even if people are getting together with family on Christmas, the 10-day CDC guidance takes us to January 4th. If you take the more conservative California guidance, which is 14 days, that would take you to, I guess, what, December 8th. So why would we need to entertain coming back on the 19th or the week of the 18th instead of the week of the 11th if we are able to get in that 2-week window from Christmas?
and I'm not sure if this is still directed toward me or if someone else wants to chime in, but in terms of what I think on this topic, I would look at, people still travel. They don't travel just December 25th and head home. I know I myself am not traveling this year, but in years past, out of state family, I would not necessarily be home on the 1st. I would extend my trip and maximize my time with family. And so then that changes the timelines that you were just talking about. And to the 10-day, with the CDC recommendation, I need to make sure everyone remembers that is only for folks who are asymptomatic, not for folks who are symptomatic. Yeah. And so, asymptomatic contacts, not cases. There's a lot of language out here.
Okay.
And I don't know if anyone else wants to chime in on that discussion, or if you had additional questions.
I'll just chime in. The 2-week winter break is, it's not just pinpointed on one day of the break that we're planning from. We're looking at 2 weeks where those are variables we can't control. Plus, you've got New Year's at the tail end of that 2 weeks. And, what folks do and what we're trying to anticipate is, we don't know all the variables of what everybody does in those 2 weeks, but what we do know is if we can allow at least that 1 to 2 weeks afterwards, we're going to have a better chance of minimizing, hopefully quarantining after we return after the winter break if we take that pause.
But couldn't the same argument be made about Martin Luther King Day weekend, that people travel and interact? And the same thing could be said Valentine's Day and President's Week. I mean, are we going to be going down the path of having to look at a 2-week quarantine after every time we have a 3-day weekend?
I sure hope not. I'm hoping community behavior with the stay-at-home orders and, looking at our frontline healthcare workers and what they're having to deal with, that folks will seriously, look at those numbers and start changing those behaviors, and we'll start seeing a decline in numbers that will impact us in a way where we don't have to even be talking about this after a 3-day weekend.
Yeah.
Okay. If I can also include, I think one thing that will factor in as we get further into February, March, April, is the hope on the horizon of that vaccine. We are seeing folks in our area, frontline workers, taking that first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. The Moderna vaccine will be in our area next week for the frontline workers. And so I think our conversations will shift in that we're going to be having some different public health measures in place that we don't right now as we're having this conversation, and we're in the middle of some fairly amazing spikes.
Okay, no, I understand that then, I agree. I guess my final question is related to the new camera system. How's the training going with the new camera system that's been installed in secondary classrooms?
I can tell you that ETIS team has been working with the principals in terms of setting up those schedules. We have kind of cascaded them into January when we switched gears a little bit and kind of went to the teachers, letting the teachers let us know when they wanted them installed, or even if they wanted them installed, if they wanted to use the technology. So that's going really well. We also have some additional help now in ETIS, and so that should help increase the number of cameras that can get installed at any one time. When the camera is installed, the technician does sit for about 35 minutes to 45 minutes with the teacher and works with them with the new system right then and there to get them up and going. So far the feedback that I received, and I believe that Pam Williams received, I'm not sure if she's on the line or not, has been very positive in terms of the teachers that have the cameras installed. I know several teachers have reached out to me and said, wow, I was a little nervous at first, but I think this is going to be great, which is heartening to hear. So from our perspective, it's going really well.
Great. Happy to hear that. Those are all my questions, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clark?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Just one quick question. And this was talking about our special ed kids. And Betty Jo, you may have the answer to this. I don't know. How many, if any, of our special ed students made the transition from hybrid to distance learning?
It was a pretty low number initially when we opened in special education cohorts. So at the elementary level, when we opened in special education cohorts, we had about 25% of our students. And then when we opened in the hybrid model, we're now at about 61%. And that's our students who are receiving specialized academic instruction. If you also counted our speech-only students, that percentage would be a bit higher. At secondary, the number is pretty low. It's actually less than 10% of our students are in person in special ed cohorts.
Okay. I just needed that for clarification.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming that we still have the mental and emotional support from the district to those families that are having those hard times at home. We still supporting those folks that are reaching out.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. The unique part of being a president, all the questions are asked. I'm left with hardly any. So I'm going to move on with the public participation. Yes. Oh, student Allie, are you have any?
I did have one question. Just to confirm that we don't have cameras in elementary, but we will have them in secondary. So that could help with the problem of subs, correct?
That's correct. We will be using some of the cameras. A few elementary teachers have asked to also have them installed, and so we're going to kind of pilot, if you will, in a few of our elementary classes to see how that goes. But yes.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Well, that's for questions of board. How many hands do we have up for the public comment?
As of right now, we have 5 hands up.
Okay. Well,
we got 6. Oh, there are a lot more coming in.
Okay. We'll go on like we did before, right? How long do we allow? Up to 22 minutes? Was that right? Number of speakers. So that seems to work the best, because let's do what we did before, which would be the 20, right? And we'll go with the 20 at without the 2 minutes, right? Okay, first speaker, please.
The first speaker is Jeanette.
Good evening, board members. As you know, the cases in California are on the rise. As of today, Sacramento County ICU capacity is 11.9 and falling fast. This is not smoke and mirrors or fake science. There are people who are sick and carrying germs into our school sites. If that wasn't the case, 2 of our elementary schools would not have been shut down. Additionally, families would not be requesting to go to DL before the end of the trimester. Furthermore, our superintendent would not have written the governor for that teachers to be moved up the line for vaccines. Obviously, the general public knows that we cannot contain the situation, and it is going to get worse. Why do you ask? In a few words, the holiday season, including New Year's Eve. It is the time for families to gather and to be with each other, a time for travel to where said families are, and to spend time with friends, no matter what the state says. If we learned anything after the Thanksgiving break, people will do all the aforementioned activities and more, since there is twice the time during this break. Now, the health department travel advisory states, persons arriving in California from other states or countries, including returning California residents, should practice self-quarantine for 14 days after arrival. These persons should limit their interactions to their immediate household. This recommendation does not apply to individuals who cross state or county or country borders for essential travel. Visiting loved ones, though wonderful, is not essential. And let's face it, someone traveling to San Diego to Sacramento or vice versa is basically going out of state. California is huge. Will our families quarantine for those weeks? History says some, but most no. They will send their students back to school. Your answer is to let them switch to DL. Well, that doesn't work at most sites. You can't have students just shuffling from one teacher to the next. Classes are not cookie cutters. You can't walk or attend virtually one second grade class to be on the exact same page as the next. Does it happen? Yes. But not everybody. Please go ahead and return our students with a gift of safety.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, our next speaker is Juliana.
Hey, Juliana, here.
Hi, and actually, my name's Lisa. I just wanted to say, as a parent of a child that is in the elementary SDC class, you know, I can tell you that it's so impactful for them not to be in person. That the difference in my son and his learning capabilities and behaviors and everything is unbelievably different in person versus online, and everybody would agree with that, you know. But of course we want to be safe. I get that. So the idea of giving that time, because I know people, you know, make choices that others would not agree with, and we want to be safe and keep everybody safe. But you know, my frustration also goes in the lack of services like speech, that my son since last March has not had even half speech of half of his services since last March. So we're going to be coming up a year, and still nothing is being done. And there's no speech in person when hybrid went back. OT, I have a phenomenal OT therapist, so I'm very lucky. And she did come and do OT because she knew how impactful it was on my son. So what I don't understand though is why services for speech are not being implemented in person. It's too detrimental, and a year is unacceptable. There should be ways to move around that by now, and it's critical that they get that in place. They're completely out of compliance for his IEP goals. And then also, as far as on secondary, the idea of a teacher on a video screen is very disappointing to me. I just think we could do better. And that's it.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
And we have Jay Schultz.
Okay, good evening, board members and Dr. Collegian. I teach kindergarten here in Folsom, and like many others, I am teaching both hybrid in the morning and virtually in the afternoon. This has been the most challenging year of teaching for many of us. So much energy and thought has gone into this school year, even given the challenges we faced. The teachers I work with in our district have truly gone above and beyond. I'd like to say that our students are proving exceptional. They have learned to be incredibly resilient, flexible, and dare I say more grateful as a group and as individuals. Our families have been so supportive and have truly jumped through countless hoops this year to partner with us. I think I can safely say when this is all behind us, we will be so grateful for normal again. We've learned so much. I'd like to suggest that in order for us to remain open, a 2-week distance learning quarantine after winter break would allow us to do so. I know many families are traveling over the break. This past week, I had a head cold and I desperately needed a sub willing to come in and teach my hybrid group. We could not find a sub willing to teach in person. While the kids' transmission rates are low, the adults who work with the children do tend to get colds. I get colds throughout the winter months every single year because it's kindergarten. If we open up on the 4th, it's very likely classes will be shut down soon after, given to the lack of available subs. That 2-week grace period will allow us to reopen mid-January. Let me be clear, with current safety guidelines in place, I want to open back up. Please keep us open by being prudent and realistic about the holiday season. A 2-week quarantine will help keep the teachers safe so that we can do what we love, teaching our students.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is iPad 4.
That would be me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Claudia. I'm sorry. I tried to fix my iPad so it had my name on it. I called Apple, but I guess it's not working. So challenge with technology, always. I wanted to talk about the continuing lack of any kind of expediency or concern for special needs children. I heard the caller a few callers back, and she was just totally and completely right. My grandson had his special needs classroom snatched away from him, promised on October 19th, and then an email sent 3 days before he was to start, stating that it wasn't going to be started. I contacted board members, I've contacted the district office, and we were promised help with speech therapy and occupational therapy, and none of that has ever materialized, though we made many attempts to keep contacting the district office. But again, no follow through at all. These kids are not like typical children. These kids are special needs kids for a reason. They do not communicate like other children, and they need help. We have totally let them down as a school district. And you have foisted all of this on their families who are not necessarily trained in special needs education to help them. They slide back. A typical child will slide back, but a child with special needs may take 2 or 3 years to get a skill and lose it very, very quickly. And I am just shocked and appalled at the lack of concern and working toward that to get these kids back in school. And if you had at least had my grandson start in October, when he should have, he would have had 2 months of school. But instead, just like the previous caller a few back, it's been since March that he's had in-person learning. And I do not understand why there is no urgency for that whatsoever. There are many risks in life, and losing your special needs child's skills is certainly a huge one. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next.
Our next person is Jill DeMars.
Jill, you there? Hear none. Jill, are you there? Sounds like she's having difficulties. Do we have a next speaker?
Sure. The next speaker is Deborah.
Deborah?
Good evening, board. This is Debbie Krikorian, Sutter Middle School.
No, hi.
Hi. I just wanted to say real quickly, I'm hoping that you support the staff with the recommendation of 2 weeks. We know many families that take leave of absence and they go and see their loved ones and they come back. They're not sure what to do, whether to quarantine or whether to come back to school or whatever. I know one of the things that we ask is that safety is defined. Staff right now is being tested and a few students, but most of our students aren't even being tested when they come back to school. Doctors are saying if somebody has it in the household, just assume you all have it. We have entire households exposed without testing. So how do we know the correct numbers? Unless you have rapid testing for all weekly, which we don't have, we can't make an informed decision because we don't have the scientific data. We can't say that we're safe. Our MOU with FCEA has been broken several times at the district level. We can send counselors in to help our kids that are virtually learning at home, just as well as we can give them in-person counseling and to check for mental health of the kids. With less than 5.7 ICU beds available, what happens if there's an accident or a disaster and we need those beds? We are losing 3,000 people a day with this disease. We know we can flatten the curve. Give us the 2 weeks to begin flattening that out, just like we did last spring. Our communities need to be responsible. People are catching this. Students come to school and transmit it. Not everybody does their passive screening. You say school transmissions are less, but you don't know unless everybody tests on a weekly basis, as all the scientists say to do. The UK did a study and found that aerosol can travel up to 20 feet. So please give this guideline your vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Next speaker.
I'm gonna try Jill again. Jill, can you try to unmute yourself?
Yeah, I had to fix the setting. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a teacher in Folsom. I teach kindergarten. It was spoken before that we can control stuff. And then there's the other option of the things we can't control. And what we can't control, which was spoken of tonight, is the one of people out and about and doing stuff. So as I've been noticing the cases, and I noticed with my own children up here in El Dorado Hills, is they're not contracting it at school because they're safe with their masks and 6 feet apart and washing their hands. Where it's not being controlled is when they're out and about. They're at the park, they're at playing sports, they're at friends' house, they're at daycare, they're at family events and everything. But if they're at school, we can help control that. Also, I can tell, I was talking to parents today, they have even stressed that they're so concerned about their children's academics. They're not teachers. I can tell you right now, my kindergarten students are so far behind. And it worries me that going back on Zoom, they're going to fall farther behind. They do not pay attention. They don't have the attention span to do that. At least in class, I can hold their attention. I can grab them. I can see what they're doing. On Zoom, I can't see anything that they're doing. I'm finally, after, what did they say, 14, 17 days of in person, I know where my children are, and I am ready to work with them and to make them progress. But being put back on Zoom, I am so scared that I'm going to lose them again, and I'm going to have to come back in another 2 weeks and start all over. Also, I feel if we give them another 2 weeks, I feel like families are going to go out and hang out and do whatever because they know that they have another 2 weeks to quarantine and hang out. I feel people will be more responsible if they know they're going back to school. I'm for getting back as soon as possible, please.
Yeah, lost you there. Might give her another 10 seconds or where we lost. 2 seconds. Okay, Jill, thank you. Next speaker, please. How many we got left?
We have one.
You have one?
9 more people as of right now.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jen.
Jen? You there, Jen?
Hi, yes, good evening. I want to kind of second what Jill just said is, I think unfortunately I do support the 2 week because I don't have confidence that our community, and by community I mean the adults, not just parents, it's parents, it's teachers, it's all of, they're not going to do the right thing. People are going to travel, so it's, if they're going to do it, let them do it. Then let's have a 2 week safe so we can all get back safely, teachers, students, and families. I would like to know, I know it's kind of difficult, but if there is any way that the district has attributed any COVID cases to a contact in the classroom. I know a COVID case, it doesn't matter where it comes from, when it affects the classroom, but I think that would be important information to know to verify that the safety precautions in the classroom are or are not working. Also, just in lines of special ed, I do have a high school daughter that is in special ed. Her teachers have done a phenomenal job, both in distance learning and now that she's back in hybrid. She definitely flourishes in the hybrid as she's very social. I would like to know with the special ed numbers, how many of that is due to a parent requiring their child to stay distance learning, maybe because of their health risk, and how many of that is because the district does not have staff available to man a classroom to create that opportunity if someone did want to come back. I do want to thank all the staff for all their hard work. I know this is all hard, and just encouraging our community to do the right thing and be as safe as possible so that we can all get through this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
The next speaker is Shannon.
Shannon?
Yes, hi. My daughter's here. She's a 5th grader and she would like to speak.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
In distance learning, I was getting grades like C's and D's, and sometimes I would get F's, but I've always gotten good grades, and this was the first time I'd gotten really bad grades. But now that I'm back to school, I've been getting grades like A's, and I feel really safe because there's only 9 kids in our class, and we're when we're spaced apart. So please let us come back after Christmas break because it makes me a lot more happy and I love having school to look forward to each day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I if I could use her rest of her time, I just had a quick question. Speaking about the video cameras in the secondary schools, so if the kids were to choose distance learning versus hybrid, would they keep their same teachers as those kids that were in hybrid? Like, I'm worried if my kids change their mind from hybrid to distance learning, are they going to keep the same teachers and those teachers are going to teach with the video cameras to the same group of the both kids? I'm not sure. If you guys can clarify that, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, our next speaker is Jeremiah.
Hi, thanks again for taking time to listen to me. So scientific evidence has already proven that this virus does not impact children and young adults the same way that it has on the elderly. And yet the mortality rate on this virus is still less than 1%. Why would this body still not find solutions to keep us away while other essential businesses are open? The essential business of educating our youth is still locked down and inhibited. Instead, we still continue to find reasons and excuses to keep kids locked in their homes and missing out on in-depth learning and social engagement. Europe and other countries have continued to open their schools and not seen a negative change on the infection rates within their communities. These other countries and states are educating their students in person, but yet they still have the same curfews that we do here in California. Other states are pushing for this hybrid model. And in the future, only the students of this community, by not being able to attend school in person, are going to see those long-term lasting impacts. And how will this body continue to look back on the choices that they made at this time around those child's impact in their future lives?
Okay, is that it? Okay, thank you. Next question, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jenny.
Jenny?
Hi there. My name is Jenny Nikakis. I am a kindergarten teacher at Russell Ranch and just wanted to call in. Wasn't going to say anything again, but had to. So I did submit a comment earlier and I'm just going to read part of it. So when the board decides tonight about the 2 weeks after winter break, I was just going to ask for you to consider all the data that you have, and please don't make a decision based off of pressure from the teachers union. Make a decision based off of what parents, health officials, and the community and the board feels is the right decision for students. If you haven't already noticed, the teachers union here in FCEA and all over California, everywhere, they're difficult to deal with. They're pretty much bullies, and no matter what modifications are made, they will never be happy. So, in fact, I don't know if people are aware that the union is trying to get Governor Newsom, they're trying to tell him to do his job and shut schools down. So that's just ridiculous. So let's, instead of making decisions, let's make safe decisions and, make decisions that will that don't just satisfy the union. I love teaching at school, hybrid, but I do partially feel that perhaps a quarantine could work, but I'm not completely sold. So I'm kind of in the middle. But so I'm just going to say, consider everyone and just kind of, just take everybody's, I think the community really, it seems to me that nobody really wants to be doing distance learning anymore. So, and if we do have to do a quarantine, maybe 1 week is meeting everybody in the middle. So maybe that would be more ideal.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Rochelle.
Rochelle? You there, Rochelle?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everybody. I'm the parent of 2 children in the district, and I just want to know, when will the district make the needs of our children a priority? As the year has worn on, it's become very clear that what's driving the district's decisions is not the academic and emotional needs of our students. When do we decide that the impacts to our children is serious enough to warrant some kind of actual cost-benefit analysis? When will we sit down and weigh the risks posed by this virus, which are very serious, versus the known and documented, also very serious, short-term and long-term effects on students, the overwhelming mental health impacts, the risks of self-harm, child abuse, and a lifetime of being left behind? I recognize that performing this type of analysis and making these decisions is difficult, and no matter what the decision is going to be, somebody's going to be mad and disappointed. But the district needs to do this. Our children deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. How many do we have left now?
We have 6 more people left.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica.
Jessica?
Hello, this is Jessica Kahn. Thank you for letting me speak. I want to first just really throw out a huge thank you to the amazing staff working at our elementary schools and in our cohorts at secondary, both custodial, not just both, custodial, administrative, front office, teachers, and support staff are doing an amazing job. I am calling in because I fully support 2-week quarantine or distance learning time after this break. I've been teaching in person since October. I am a huge proponent of in-person teaching. I think distance learning can work for some, but not all. And for my particular students, I feel that in-person is critical. At the same time, since Thanksgiving break, I have seen my class really struggle because of unknowns, of parents turning out to be positive COVID cases and kids still coming to school and then having to notify families that their children have been potentially exposed, or kids just getting a cold and having to be out and not having structure of the distance learning. My kids do not just transition into a distance learning program, and independent study is not allowed without an IEP. I'm sorry, not distance learning, independent study. Now I am more in favor of distance learning for a short term because I have a better understanding of where my students are. I have used this time to teach them some of the skills they need, and I know it's a short term fix for a very important problem. I would not want to go back to 100% distance learning. I also think that we need to acknowledge that in-person learning is not just going back to school. It is completely different. It is not perfect, but it is better than what we had with just distance learning. So please consider 2 weeks distance learning after break. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ruth.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'd like to thank the board for tonight. I know we're at the end of a very long year, so I appreciate your time. I'd also like to give the clear disclaimer that my concerns I'm about to state are not related to my interactions with my children's teachers nor any staff. I have felt very heard and supported and genuinely believe that they have gone above and beyond and are doing everything they can to support my children's success with this situation. I have concerns over the continued understanding of context related to how and when decisions are made. And tonight, I'm respectfully asking that when we move to the next year, the board considers doing some things differently. I ask that when presented with recommendations from the staff, that they are not coupled together with this or that, and that if we're going to have a district that incorporates K through 12, we cannot make recommendations that might have a positive outcome for some and a negative outcome for others. We must keep the issues separate so we can attend to the needs of the majority of our students. I have seen this happen countless times, and it's always picking the worst of two options, and we can no longer allow that to happen. Second, I am asking consideration to implement the hybrid schedule on January 4th and the full distance learning for secondary students to allow opportunity for teachers and students to begin to acclimate to this new schedule that will hopefully be implemented when safe to return to campus, but also to allow some modifications for support to be provided from home for those students who are struggling with the length of time the school day is happening in a distance learning environment. And finally, I urge you to look at the entire 2021-22 school year. It has been 279 days since our secondary students have been able to learn.
Sorry you ran out of time. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Roland.
Good evening, everyone. Just want to echo what many speakers have said about the wonderful job everybody's doing. It's a very difficult situation that we are dealing with. I'm here to speak about the kids that are in special ed. I think speaking personally from my grandson who is in special ed, the setback or the delay of extra 2 weeks after winter break it's going to be a short-term setback, but it might be a very long-term effect on him and kids that are like him. I was speaking with his teacher today, whom I love dearly, and she was telling me about the progress that he's made just in this current week. And I know whenever there's a break, when we had Thanksgiving break, when we had, now we'll have the 2-week break, it is a big step backward. And I really am concerned that that's going to have a long-term effect on not just him, but other kids in special ed. So it's not just kids in special ed, but it's especially kids in special ed. So I'm hoping that the board could consider maybe a modification of the proposal with some special consideration for kids in special ed, because I think it's very necessary. And I just thank you all, and I'm hoping for the best. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next.
Our next speaker is Adriel.
Hello, good evening. I'm a parent to a student here in the Folsom School District, and I would like to urge the board tonight to not only implement a 2-week distance learning period following the holiday break, but a full closure until the stay-at-home order is lifted. Our hospitals are overflowing. There are more daily deaths in the US from COVID than 9/11, and COVID has become the leading cause of death in our country. Further, we need to consider the harms to our children every time they are asked to quarantine. Quarantine denies them so much more than just school, and not enough is said about the mental health effects from telling a child that they were exposed or may have been exposed to a deadly virus. Let's give our children consistency during these tough times. That can only be guaranteed through distance learning. The board also needs to remember that there are a variety of long-term effects from COVID. Just because children rarely die doesn't mean they don't suffer brain damage and heart damage. In fact, many survivors typically describe months-long mental fog following their cases. Please help keep our community safe. Further, I would like to add that many are talking about distance learning, guaranteeing learning loss for their children, thereby setting them behind. However, as the numbers show, almost half of the students are in distance learning right now, and the board needs to consider equity between making sure that we don't have half of our students therefore fall behind their peers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Erin.
Thank you very much. My name is Erin Null, and I'm a parent of 2 elementary children in the district. My kids are in hybrid now, despite the fears I initially had and still do have. Still, they're much happier. They're learning. They're doing very well. Their teachers, both in distance and face-to-face, have been amazing, and the school has been incredibly supportive. And we would like to be able to keep where we are, stay where we are. But I do have grave worries, as others have shared, that after the holiday, we'll be seeing spikes in the community, which will eventually only lead to having to close the schools anyway, maybe in the middle of January or at the end of the month. And this ping pong effect and the uncertainty and fear that it brings has every chance of being just as harmful and disruptive to our kids and our teachers as a 2-week delay might have. If we give ourselves the buffer of the 2 weeks to ensure that anyone coming back to the building actually is healthy, I think we all have more opportunity to stay in hybrid mode, which for longer, which is the better choice for our kids and for our teachers. Secondly, I'd like to understand whether contact tracing will be happening during the holiday break, so that any positive cases that come up this week will be shared with those that they may have impacted. This case seemed to indicate that there wasn't enough staff for that, and I know the dashboard won't be updated, but I have some worries then that when we come back on January 4th, we're coming back into a vacuum of having zero data and no information. And finally, I would hope that if school does resume on January 4th, that it is very clear and easy for parents to choose an independent study model for those of us who don't feel it's safe to come back. And I know the school board in the past has been very favorable toward parents wanting to have a choice. And I feel like coming back on the 4th could be reducing our ability to have that choice. Finally, I just ask you to weigh this decision with the concerns of parents like me and the health of our students.
And at time, sorry. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Sharon.
Sharon?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just I want to echo the comments that were made. But first of all, my name is Sharon Green, and I'm a teacher at White Rock Elementary. I've been teaching for the district for 32 years. And I want to just echo what the comment made by the gentleman before. Not only would I recommend that the 2 weeks, but I think that we should be following what the other Sac County school districts are doing. Elk Grove is not committed to coming back until we're in an orange tier. I believe San Juan is not committed to coming back until we're in an orange tier. And I remember back in the spring when I was listening to some of these board meetings, the long discussions about grading, which were there were comments by Mr. Reed, by Mr. Hoover, that we need to look at what the whole county was doing, how the county, that it should be a unified response. And now we are I believe, the only district in Sac County that has made this leap. And I just ask you to look and think that about the grading was important to look at being unified. But here we are on a life and death matter, and we're just going it alone. Look at what your colleagues are doing at the other boards in Sac County and follow their lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Julia.
Julia?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I hadn't planned on calling, but I have the same question as I think 2 callers back. If there's not going to be staff available to update the dashboard, will there be staff available to contact trace the remainder of this week through the break? And then also I had a comment about, I don't recall which board member compared this holiday to Valentine's Day, but I don't think that's a fair comparison. I think that families treat Christmas very different from most other holidays as far as gathering. Even if you're not traveling a far distance, you may gather with your families in town that you otherwise have been distancing from safely. And that goes for families that have students in the district. That goes for the teachers that are teaching, the subs we're going to call upon to come back and teach that week back. If we can compromise and do a week of distance learning, so we have a 2-week window from that big holiday where people may make exceptions they wouldn't otherwise have done, it doesn't seem like a hard compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That was our last raised hand, and that was number 19.
Well, I want to thank everybody for the public comment. I'm going to bring this back to the final board for comments and direction. So I'm looking for some good deliberation here. Who wants to go first?
Well, let me
Mr. Clark. Okay.
Get my comments and questions out the way. You know, I was looking at this distance learning upon return from winter break, and they talk about the recommendation of 1 to 2 weeks in person full time. I mean, not full time, but as of 1/12 or 1/19. And then the second one kind of got me. It's like allow for self quarantine after holiday travel and visit. It almost seems like we're kind of encouraging the travel and visit instead of, you know, staying at home. I think that whole thing for Thanksgiving was just stay home with your family, you know, your household members and everything. And it's like folks are going to travel. I mean, we know that that's going to happen. You know, they may have plane tickets to go. I'll throw it out there, Hawaii, wherever. It's going to happen. I just, you know, hope that they take that responsibility to quarantine when they come back. And, you know, I pray to God that they're not gone from this time until, you know, after the 1st and get prepared to start on the 4th or whatever. You know, I've actually had the opportunity last week. I took a little time off from work to visit. I think I visited 6 schools, and you know, I just kind of wanted to see where our students were and you know, how they were excelling, and they were, you know, very happy to be in class. And you know, they came in from recess and they did the double pump with the hand sanitizer and kept their mask on and everything. And you know, I asked them, how's everything going? Great. I mean, they were happy. You know, and then I just kind of asked the teacher, and teachers were happy about it too. But I just think the concern is that we're kind of, and this is, and let me make this clear right now, this is not a union thing. This is a personal observation on my part, being a board member that gets out into the schools. I'm concerned about the substitute pool, and I asked that question. Right now, and I'm assuming that we closed down 2 schools because lack of teachers. Am I correct on that?
And other staff.
And other staff. Okay, so this was all done in a week after Thanksgiving. Do I want the kids back in school? It does me great. I mean, that's the reason why I go out to the schools and, you know, hang out with the kids. But I just think it might be better if we had that, and that's a 1 week, 2 week. Heck, you know, honestly, I'm willing to meet in the middle for 1 week, but and I may be speaking as the minority in this group, if I can have 2 weeks, that would be great. Like I said, we know that families are going to travel. We know that they're going to be hanging out. It's Christmas and New Year's, and you know, instead of the 1 week, we'll have 2 weeks of a possible spike. So, you know, the other thing that kind of got me, because when I do visit schools, the first thing I ask for is our special ed classes. How are they doing? Can I visit? Can I hang out? And, you know, for me to hear that they're not getting the support that they need, whether it's a close of a classroom or whatever, it disturbs me. I want to make sure that they have that support. And I don't know what we can do as a district to ramp that up a little bit more, but I would like to see that. So anyway, I had another question. And I don't know who can answer this, maybe Dawn. Were teachers actually polled on this 2-week quarantine? Because it seems, and folks, we need to work together as a group here. I mean, teachers not agreeing with their union and union not agreeing with the teachers and bad mouthing each other. I mean, that's just no way to make things happen, especially on the benefit of our kids. So I wanted to ask, were the teachers actually polled about this 2-week quarantine thing?
not by the district. You could ask Deb Kokorian, who probably is on the call.
Deb, are you there?
Is Deb Kokorian? I'm just curious. I mean, you know, it seems to be a little dissension among the ranks. I just want to, I'm wondering if you guys had talked about it, had a discussion about it, or what? Is Deb around to answer that question?
I'm trying to unmute here.
Oh, there you are.
Hi, Chris, it's Deb.
Hi.
Yeah, this was something that was recommended by our exec board to support our teachers. And the big thing is, you know, we came back from Thanksgiving. A lot of the parents were calling up our elementary teachers and saying, "Hey, I've been gone. I know, you know, I might have been, you know, I don't know if I was around anybody that had it or not. You know, should we quarantine or not quarantine? Should I self quarantine?" And so, I mean, even the parents were calling teachers asking, you know, should I take that 10-day time to be responsible in order to make sure that my kid keeps everybody else's kids safe as
Right.
well. So there was a lot of that in the elementary schools. And, you know, given the fact that we get numerous requests for families that go overseas, you know, to see their families during Christmas time, we think that this is a very good idea to have the 2 weeks break in order to give families that peace of mind to be quarantined, to still continue the education, to give teachers the peace of mind to know that, you know, they are coming back safely, and then we start it up again. So that was recommended by our exec board.
Okay, I was just curious about.
Thank you, Deborah.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Deborah. Thank you so much. You know, I for me, it's more of an operational, logistical thing to make sure that we have our teachers there to teach our students. Like I said, I have no problem with them being in class, trust me. But if we don't have the teachers to do it, listen, we're going to be closing down more than 2 schools. It's going to happen. So I'm willing to support the board's, I mean, the staff recommendation of the 2 week. Heck, I mean, I even take 1 week, but I'm willing to support the staff recommendation on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next board member, Mr. Hui.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I am glad you mentioned Board Member Clark, the special ed students. When I look at the numbers here, I agree. A week makes sense. If we take 2 weeks off, we're really saying that our special ed students, if we start the clock tomorrow when school ends, are going to be away from school for 31 days. I have trouble with that. I mean, it's too many days. So as it is, taking 1 week off, we're saying it's 25 days away from learning. You know, as the gentleman who called in, Roland, mentioned, it has a short-term effect and has a long-term effect. So I'm certainly willing to support a week. I think that's good for our staff. 2 weeks, if we're including special ed within this, I don't think I could do it. I would also say, and I'm Deb Kirkcoin, I appreciate you mentioning that parents were calling in. That gives me great hope that parents are going to be responsible. And if they were away and they need to be away for the 14 days because they have concerns that they're going to, they might have been exposed, that they're going to be responsible and let their teachers know that. Otherwise, you know, if we say 14 or 10 days from January 2nd, when likely everybody would stop gathering, that puts us right at going back to school on Tuesday the 11th, or whatever that Tuesday is. Forgive me for not on that date, the 12th. So I know it's 10 days. It's not the recommended 14. If there's a 1% chance, likely that somebody might be asymptomatic and not know it. But each day that gets exponentially lower, and that's starting the clock at exposure on the 2nd. I feel really comfortable with that. If the clock starts on December 29th, they've already hit the 14 days by the time they go back. So as one of the callers mentioned, you know, Christmas, maybe it's not Valentine's Day, but people are gathering on Christmas. If we start the clock on December 29th, that's 14 days until we get back if we take a week off. So I think that gives plenty of time for our staff and students to be safe. It really eliminates almost all the risk. We're never going to eliminate all the risk, but it eliminates it to a degree that I would feel really comfortable with it. Again, I mean, taking the full 2 weeks, taking 31 days straight away from our students that really need, and not just the special ed students, all the students that are really struggling socially and emotionally. That's a lot of time. So yeah, I feel really comfortable if we're saying, let's do this for a week. It gives plenty of time for us to make sure that we're safe. 2 weeks is really stretching into like that 18-day territory by the time we get back on Tuesday. So I think one is plenty.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Huey.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Hoover.
So just a few comments. I appreciate the discussion tonight. This glasses and mask thing is a struggle. So first off, my comments don't flow very well tonight. I've obviously there's a lot of different points made in public comment that were very good, and it's a complicated issue. But first off, I just want to mention that in regards to the 14-day quarantine or this 2-week recommendation, I think it's important to point out that tonight's discussion does not center around changing our quarantine timeline. That's going to remain 14 days. I know that CDC has made changes in some ways to that to 7 to 10 days. And I think at a certain point, maybe the state public health department will follow suit in the county as well. But for now, this discussion tonight really centers around, do we do this holiday quarantine? So we're not exactly talking about an actual quarantine here from the standpoint of we have a student or a teacher who was exposed or test positive and we quarantine for 14 days. What we're talking about tonight is, what is the best decision to make for our district? Is it a good decision for us to delay the start of our in-person learning in the new year out of an abundance of caution to ensure that we don't have people that are sick coming back into the classroom? So I kind of echo the comments of Mr. Huey from the standpoint that I think, looking at a week is a possibility, but I think 2 weeks is absolutely too long. It's important to, I think, emphasize something that Carrie mentioned, that schools are not where the virus is being transmitted. It's really everywhere else that we need to be worried about. And interestingly enough about that is, it actually may be logical that having kids in school could actually put not having kids in school for longer could actually put kids at more risk of contracting the virus because they're outside of that controlled environment. We know that our schools have filtration. We know that our schools have masks. We know that our schools have plexiglass. We know that our schools have hand sanitizer. And so I think this idea that keeping our kids out of the classroom is making them safer is actually probably antithetical to what we're really trying to do here. And so I think that's something we need to keep in mind. And also, it's worth pointing out, as always, that our state health officials, including Dr. Galley, with the California Department of Public Health, have said multiple times that schools are not contributing to community spread of this virus. It's really one of the safest places for them to be. And so I think it's really important to point out that I think this board, at least myself, I can't speak for the whole board, believes that COVID is a very serious disease. We know that safety protocols need to be in place, and we need to have serious safety protocols in place to protect people as best that we can. That has never been questioned, and I think we're all committed to that. And so I guess just to finalize here, Carrie mentioned when we talk about symptoms showing, let's just assume that, someone contracts the virus without knowing it in that final week of vacation. So I guess looking at the calendar, that's, you know, the New Year's holiday, right? First, second, third, something like that. They have the potential of presenting symptoms within 5 to 7 days. And so I think from a public health standpoint, I think there could be a public health argument to implementing a 1 week pause or a 1 week distance learning start to the year. Because if we think about it, if you, God forbid, contract the virus in that final weekend, you potentially could start presenting symptoms in the first week of school, and we'd have to shut those classrooms down. And so I think there's an opportunity here, if we compromise, to avoid that problem. If those people present symptoms, then they can call in and say, I'm not going to be able to come in the following week. And then we're going to have to figure that out as a district on how to staff those things. But the good news is we're not going to have to close any classrooms. And so there is the potential that 1 week could give us actually if we do distance learning for 1 week, it could actually mean we shut down fewer classrooms over the long term. And so I think there is a public health argument, but I think that second week, it really turns, right? It's more about staffing challenges, which I understand are very real, but I just think it's too long for our kids. So I would say I'd be comfortable with 1 week only, starting in distance learning and then getting back that following week. And I just want to float this out there. I don't know. The special education students really worry me. And part of me would prefer for at least our moderate severe, or even any of the students in our cohort model that we had out there first, not having, to do distance learning at all, mainly because those students are the ones that struggle so much, or that distance learning is not effective for them. And so I don't know if how the board feels about that, or if it's something we want to consider. But I think those kids, the distance learning, I just don't feel confident in it for them. And I would love to propose maybe carving them out. But again, either way, I think 1 week is the most I'm comfortable with. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Mr. Reed.
Yes. Actually, I have two quick questions. They might be directed to the superintendent, or she could indicate maybe who's the best person to answer the question. The first question is, have we received from Sacramento County Public Health their thoughts on taking a 2-week hybrid break?
We did run the idea by them and asked Dr. Kasiri specifically, what she thought about that. And, she will support what we recommend. And she also recommended that, she's concerned. She's concerned about, behavior of people, even with the protocols that are in place right now. And she told us that's concerning her. So she says, I think it is, a good recommendation to take a pause. She didn't commit up to an amount of time, other than the fact of leaning on the times of that we currently quarantine. But she was truly worried.
Okay. My second question is the numbers the week after Thanksgiving, we saw an uptick in both COVID as well as quarantine, correct?
Yes.
What happened the second week after Thanksgiving?
The numbers have continued to increase, as has been shown on our dashboard.
The week after too?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess my observations, I mean, I think everybody knows I'm a big fan of compromise. So I think I could get behind the 1 week.
Okay. Is that all, Mr. Reed?
Yeah, that's all I got. Thanks.
Okay. I have some comments. Yes. Oh, a student board member. Ally.
Yeah, like everyone else is saying, I agree with the 1 week distance learning. I get to represent students, and I firmly believe social emotional health is incredibly important. Personally, I've experienced the feelings of just being isolated, and I can tell you, isolation does not lead to mental wellness, mental stability. So I would just emphasize that 1 week. I think 2 weeks is too long. I think 1 week would be best.
Thank you. Okay, so for my part of the president, you always get to do the last. I really appreciate everybody's comments here. They're all good points, and I think that there could be a good blend here and deliberation here. But the data, we always go by data in science, and just wanted to put out the numbers here on the data that we had right after Thanksgiving. I think it's going to make the same. If you really look at this, I'm an engineer, so I like to analyze data. When we came back from Thanksgiving, if you look at a person A, B, and C, and a D, the compounded numbers all together on the graph shows right after from 11/23 all the way to 12/7, that's 14 days, went up to 120. And so what you're seeing here, and I'm just, hypothetically looking at the data, that what we're talking about earlier, like Mr. Hoover was saying, if we came back and we didn't have the pause, it compounds, and it creates this domino effect, almost exponentially. And I think that's what we saw a little bit here when you look at the combined graph there with 120. The number of COVID cases that was kind of interesting was that we saw COVID and what was the other one? Person B living at home together were like almost together. So we're seeing that effect there, probably somebody living at home doing that, and then it compounds. The key is here, this is the tracing of employees. So as we came up to the criteria, closing down schools like we saw Blanche up to 27%, Mather got over that part, and other schools are right on the border now. That's still some of the fallout what we saw from Thanksgiving, still dealing with it. It's starting to go on the downcline, but it's starting to, it really showed a peak there. With that said, I think Mr. Huey made a good point about the 10 days. There is the argument about the health. We can talk about CDC, all these different guidelines. But operationally, it does impact us if we don't have something in place. We're looking at this. So I think the 1 week that we're all talking about here, the 10 days, is going to be probably our compromise. I do want to advocate that the special education, I would like to see that carved out. I've always said we need to do something different for the special education. Those families and those kids are really, really impacted by this. If we can do something for them, and if hopefully the board will agree, I think Mr. Hoover talked about carving out, I would be for carving that out and doing special class for them to make sure that we continue the support for them. I don't know if staff can do that or not, or if we can come up with that resource. That would be great. So with that said, I'll be in support of the 1 week and carving out special education. And looking at the data, I think the pause is warranted at 1 week, and it exponentially goes down. So that's where I'm at right now, and we have the deliberation going on here. So do we want to have anybody want to make a motion?
Mr. President, I just want to make a quick comment on that. And I have no problem with the carving out of special ed either. And I'm willing to compromise on the 1 week quarantine time, if you want to call it. Are those, I want to ask the superintendent, if numbers continue to climb, are we still looking at, closing schools or cohorts, or we still are going to be doing that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I totally get the whole thing, and I know that it's not transmitted in the classroom, and maybe it is the safest place for kids to be. Maybe it's the safest place for our staff to be. Who knows? I just have my concerns about that. But either way, I'll agree with the board on that in the 1 week. Gosh, I hate to see those numbers spike and these schools close down, because then we're really up a creek when that happens, because parents will have to adjust work schedules and all that good stuff that they did when we first started this. Again, I'll call it crisis learning. So anyway, I can make the motion to approve the recommendation to consider transition to full distance learning for 1 week following the winter break. And let me stop right there. The hybrid model for secondary schools, could that be a separate issue, or does that all in one motion? Because I actually have an issue with that. Is this what we're doing now? We can't separate that?
Well, it's posted as one motion, but we can amend that motion by taking out the 3 weeks.
Okay.
And in the future, we can list them as separate.
Yeah.
motions. But I think right now, because it was posted this way, you can amend
Well,
that motion.
Well, I can amend that motion, correct?
Yes. and
Okay,
I would
so
recommend taking out the 3 weeks.
again, I move that the Board of Education approve the recommendations to consider transition to full distance learning for 1 week following the winter break, and transition to hybrid model for secondary schools once the Sacramento County has moved into the red tier for 2 weeks following guidance from the California Department of Public Health.
Did you want to carve out the special education?
Oh, and I need to carve out the special ed, to add that into the motion as well.
You mentioned that earlier. Okay. So, yes. Yeah, you want to
just clarification. Do we need to say the 2 weeks portion? I guess I guess I'm just not sure if we can just take it out, or because it seems like we might not even need any of that in there.
Yeah, that's true too.
Since we're not talking about it tonight, really. I don't know.
I think we could leave out the 2 weeks, because the state California Department of Public Health, has determined that for us.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just talk about the 1 week.
So let's just talk about the 1 week, strike the 2 weeks. God, I never thought I'd be making these hard motions.
Let's see, it's better not being president. Huh? So just go ahead and re-amend it.
So let's just strike that 2 weeks section of it.
That are currently open at secondary, and also in 18 to 22, and also in preschool.
Okay.
I think that sounds good.
That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for
coming. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
So there you go.
What she said. Cut through the chase there.
So if that's the motion, I will second it. And I just want to reiterate for our families, this is not a repudiation of in-person learning. This is really a preservation, I think, because I think it will help us shut down fewer classes in the long term. I really do think that's going to be a result. And I just want to add that when we do start talking about secondary in the new year, let's just be ready to get, have that plan and get those kids back in the classroom as soon as we get the green light from our health officials. But yeah, I would second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for the second. We'll go for a vote. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Uy?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Myself and I. You got 5-0. Thank you so much for good
Alon?
deliberation. Yes.
Student board.
Oh, student board. Now he's out of sight. You got an eye there. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. We got a lot more to go, a lot more business here. Let's move it along to number 11B. Approve tomorrow's memorandum of understanding, MOU. Improve your tomorrow.
Yes, this evening we're bringing forward a program to really address one of our needs in a mentoring program that would address our African American males in our middle schools and high schools, to keep them college bound and college going and graduating from college as well, with a program called Improve Your Tomorrow. It's a program that we would target at Mitchell, Mills, and Cordova High School. And I'm going to ask Dr. Huber to give us a little bit more background and introduce Mr. Lynch from Improve Your Tomorrow to give us just a quick update.
Okay, thank you.
To keep them college.
Presentation.
I'm sorry, everybody. My computer is really glitching. I'm gonna keep my camera off, but I'm not positive. Sarah, did you ask me to introduce Michael, or did you go ahead and introduce Michael?
I can just jump right in. I see him on the screen there. So
Excellent. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
No problem. Well, thank you for the opportunity to share. Can I share my screen for 2 slides? Is that okay?
Yes.
Pull up. I'm sorry. 1 second. I can pull up a slide deck. Now you all have had a long evening, so I truly appreciate the opportunity to share. I got 4 minutes left. I'm Michael Lynch. I'm the co-founder and chief executive officer of Improve Your Tomorrow. And thank you again for taking the time just to be able to share a little bit about our work and our partnership with Folsom Cordova. So what we do at Improve Your Tomorrow is we help young men of color get to and through college. And why do we focus on young men of color? The data is often very evident of the young people who need the most success in the classrooms. But today, a lot of the conversations was focused on equity. And we know when it comes to high school graduation rates, A through G outcomes, college success, and life outcomes, young men of color fall on the bottom. It's whether or not you're in a Cordova high school or whether you're in South Sacramento, there's a clear narrative where young men of color need additional support. So in 2013, at my old high school, Valley High School, we created this program called Improve Your Tomorrow that helps young men of color get to and through college. And 7 years later, we're in 27 schools. We'll serve this year close to 2,000 young men across those schools. And really what makes us different, even before we talk about what we do and why we do it as a program, is long-term, 12 years, from 7th grade until college graduation, to ensure that every single young person has the opportunity to achieve their dream of college. So what we do, we provide wraparound support services through mentorship, student development, college exposure, internships, tutoring, parent engagement, emergency grants, to ensure that young men of color have the opportunities they need to achieve a college education. And what we do works. 99% of our young men graduate high school on time, 88% attend college, and we have an A through G completion rate of 56%. It's important to note that before I end, the young men that we serve traditionally are not on track to graduate high school or attend college. We want young people who have aspirations for success, but are often the ones who are ending up in the principal's office, who need a little extra love to be able to get through the day, need a little extra love to be able to get to a place where they can be successful. And I know you have all had a long evening, so I'll stop my remarks there and take any questions if needed.
Take it back to the board. Any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Lynch, how are you? I believe you and I have met in passing, probably about a year and a half ago, and it's great that you're here, and I'm glad that you're presenting this MOU. Kind of makes me feel good to hear what you guys are doing. Couple of questions for you, though. Have you worked with an organization called UCAN with Dr. Alan Rowe?
We have, yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Our young men have participated in the UCAN college tours, and actually Dr. Rowe and I are right now in the discussion to partner within the Thomas Unified.
Awesome. That's exactly what I want to hear. Also, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Black Youth Leadership Project. You're familiar with that too, and hopefully that you're working with them. But I commend you. I mean, this is great. I mean, this is something that is needed in our district. you know, to have a program like this for African American males, and the way that you're providing the mentorship is something that we definitely need. So I want to thank you, and I'm glad that you are making that presentation, and it's nice seeing you again.
I appreciate it. Likewise.
Yes, sir.
Huh? More questions from the board? Anybody?
Mr. President, I just want to say, Michael, it's good to see you. And, you know, before this, Michael was a rock star staffer in the state legislature, and we'd bump into each other from time to time. So, Michael, you're clearly on to do bigger and better things, and just thank you for the work you're doing. And I'm excited to support this today.
Yeah. Josh, good seeing you. I miss our hallway conversations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Reed?
No, I'm good. I'm very supportive of this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hui?
A couple of questions, yeah, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Lynch. Definitely think it sounds like a great program. I would be excited to get it in the district. I had a couple of questions about the MOU. One of them being, I know you have a lot of assessments that you use, such as Ds and Fs reducing, suspension rates reducing. Have you thought about or worked out any targets that we would actually be shooting for? So rather than just a reduction, you know, we'd want to be getting to these specific numbers.
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, a question that we've never been asked. I mean, so we're open to it. To be able, if you want to see an exact target within the district, I mean, I think we can be able to craft a plan I hope to meet the need.
Good. Yeah, and nothing I see that would hold it up, but I think it would be helpful to, you know, just to have those metrics together for what we're shooting for. So thank you for that. The other question isn't so much for you, but a facilities question. In the MOU, it says we'd provide a dedicated workspace for your staff. I've provided therapy to many students in the schools that you're planning on going into as an outside provider, and have provided therapy in closets before because there's no space on the campus. So I am curious, what kind of impact does the space, does the providing Improve Your Tomorrow dedicated office space, how does that impact our schools? If there is somebody that can answer that, I'm not sure.
Sure, I'd be glad to. We have worked with all three schools that we're targeting for the program, and all three schools have found dedicated space for Improve Your Tomorrow. So it definitely will require some logistics for a couple of the campuses. One of the campuses actually has a space that's very easy for them to move Michael and team into. But all three schools assured me that they're excited about the program, and they will definitely be able to house the program in a place that is appropriate for what we're trying to do and for what the program their goals are.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure we're not stealing from a mental health specialist or somebody else that's going to need that space. So thank you, Mr. Hoover, for that answer.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's it for me. Otherwise, thanks for being with
Okay,
us tonight.
Mr. Clark.
Michael, one other quick question, and I'm glad that actually we're addressing the whole suspension rate for African American males. Do you guys have any plans on working with our significant disproportionality committee at all?
Yeah, we can. I think that will be up to the guidance of the board and district leadership. I mean, but we'll be happy to work alongside.
Okay, yeah, I think that'll be a good lead into the program, and just to work with them, because we're trying to get that suspension rate down, and I know the SIG Disc committee has done an excellent job, and they've come up with a few things, but I think adding your input into it would just be paramount. So thank you.
Okay, this is Mr. Short, the president. Hey, I think this is a wonderful program. Kind of going along with Mr. Hui there, metrics would be really nice to have that we can dovetail into. I think that would be great if you can do that. I'm all about targets and goals, and that would be great if you can do that. But this is very supportive. This is well needed in our school district, and I like the idea of working with our equity team, metrics. And so I'm very supportive of this. And so with that said, do we have a motion?
Mr. President, I'll move to approve, improve your.
Well, hold on. I got to take this out to the community.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have any community comments? Any hands raised?
No, there are no hands raised.
Okay, well, then I'll bring it back to the board.
All right, back to my,
student board member, Holly?
I don't have any comments. Just thank you for all that you're doing.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, sorry. Okay.
I can make that motion now.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Woo, man, this is different. I move to improve your tomorrow memorandum of understanding, MOU.
I will second.
Got a first, second, and go for the vote. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
And it's aye for me. We've got 5-0. Thank you for so much. Looking forward to working with you and let's see the results. We'll see you in future board meetings. I know for sure. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 6C, approve the 2020 to 2021 first interim financial report, period ending on October 31st, 2020 with qualified certification. That sounds like really good.
Actually, yes, the certification is, I think, going to be improved from qualified to positive, and a lot of this evolved from, over the last weeks. But I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Crawford, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, so she can give us the presentation and tell us what has changed on the revenue and expenditure side. Welcome, Rhonda.
Thank you and good evening. So I'm going to share the presentation here. So as Dr. Kalagian said, we do have a bit of good news to share. So that is a good point when we're talking about the budget that we haven't had in quite a while. So I'm looking forward to sharing some of that. So starting with an overview of the first interim. The certification, this is basically a definition of what that certification involves. We are required to report our revenues and expenditures through what we call interim reports. And we have first interim, second interim, and third interim with different periods of time where we have actual revenues and expenditures. And then along with those reports, we have 3 different certifications. And those certifications are based upon the ability that the district has to meet our obligations. In addition to these reports, we have 2 additional reports. We have our adopted budget report that we have in June, and then we bring our final report of revenues and expenditures for the entire school year in September. So the good news, starting with that, we are recommending positive certification, which means we are able to meet our financial obligations for this year and for the next 2 years. Originally, we thought we were going to continue to stay qualified, but continue to work with the multi-year projection, which we'll talk about in a few slides. We are now recommending positive certification. So the SCOE directive, when we first submitted our budget to SCOE for approval, when SCOE looked at that and took into account our 45-day revise, we were projecting a $9.9 million shortfall. And that was basically based on the 3rd year of a 3-year multi-year, which was the 22-23 year. When I get to the multi-year projection section, I'll talk about how we've basically met their directive for now and how we've solved that $9.9 million program or problem. So this is a summary of the budget revisions, and there's an item on the agenda consent. This summarizes all of those different changes, and then I'll go into actual details of some of the changes in the revenues and expenditures to kind of walk us through some of these things. So you'll see the first column was the adopted budget from June. The 45-day revise was from August. We're here tonight for first interim. We will bring second interim back in March. And as long as we stay positive, we will not have a need to bring a third interim back to the board. So starting with some of those changes, with the revenue, the first one is our LCFF sources. And this, with the district continuing, and actually all districts in the state, we are continuing in a hold harmless state for our ADA, which means we are using last year's P2 ADA number. We are currently in a declining enrollment situation, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So we are actually benefiting from that. The one piece that we are not is on the unduplicated pupil percentage, where we are experiencing, because of that decline, a 3-year rolling average that has been continuing to decline the last couple of years and is expected to continue as we move forward. We do have our normal adjustments to our property taxes, our education protection account, which we call EPA for short. We have adjustments to our state aid. We have adjustments to our supplemental ELLI, which is our English learners and low income calculation, and then some adjustments to our in lieu transfers. And this graphic kind of explains how the LCFF revenue sources, how they kind of all work together. So there's 3 components of the LCFF revenue. One is the property tax bucket, and then the state aid bucket is made up of 2 different sources. One is the LCFF piece, and then the other piece is that EPA, or that education protection account. The EPA is a calculation based on Prop 30, and we have to actually account for the taxes that are generated from Prop 30. We have to account for that separately. So if you look at all 3 of these and you look at it as one big bucket, if you start with the property taxes, if there's not enough to fill up the entire bucket, then you start adding the state taxes and the EPA to fill up the bucket. And that gives us what our entire LCFF revenue funding that is available. And that does fluctuate up and down throughout the year. Looking at our federal revenue, we have a large increase here. The biggest piece is the CARES Act. We've had a couple of board meetings where we have talked about the different sources of the CARES Act. So I've listed those separate here. Those are what we call our learning loss mitigation funds. We've also had some adjustments for our restricted categorical programs, mostly with our title programs, titles 1, 2, 3, and 4, and our school improvement grant. The majority of those were due to carryovers or deferred revenue from last year. So those dollars have carried forward, and then you'll also see the related expenditures on the expenditure side. Looking at the other state revenue, there's actually a decrease. The largest decrease you'll see here is for the STRS and PERS on behalf contribution. And there was questions that came up in a couple of the board budget study sessions related to the on behalf. This is actually a book entry that we are required to book on our financial statements, and it's an equal entry for revenue and expenditures. And what this is, we have to record the liability of the pension for our employees, the amount that is contributed by the state. And these amounts are based on the PERS and STRS actuarials. So we get these numbers from CDE a couple of times during the year. So these numbers will fluctuate. So you'll see an entry on the revenue side and then a corresponding entry on the expenditure side. There really is no cash involved. There's no actual expenses involved. It's just a liability entry that we make on our financial statement. And a lot of it is due mainly to the GASB reporting requirements that we have. And then you'll see some other adjustments for our different programs and our different grants. Local revenue also decreased. We did receive another round of Measure H funds from the Rancho Cordova Enhancement Fund. But with school closures, we did have some reductions in revenue from our facility usage since we have not been able to allow outside use. Reduction in our theater revenue, miscellaneous income, our transportation fees, like our bus passes, revenue that is generated from parent fees, those types of things. So those reductions are included in here. Looking at the expenditures, starting with certificated salaries, once we actually hire our employees for the new school year, we budget based on an average. So once they are placed on the actual salary schedules, we make those adjustments. With COVID, with school closure, we've had to make some adjustments for open positions, for subs, for stipends. We have had some unfilled positions that have required some outside services, so we've made those adjustments. With the enrollment shift to the charter school, we also transfer teachers to the charter along with those students. So there is a reduction in teacher salaries. On the general fund side, there is an increase on the charter school, which is a different fund, an increase in teacher salaries on that side. We did have professional development days before school started. Those are CARES Act funded. We have our assessment teams. We had a couple of new positions that were approved and added. We've had a little bit in terms of reductions in our intervention services. And then we had additional adjustments related to school closure for our sick leave subs. So all of those are included in here. Looking at classified, similar adjustments. We've had quite a bit of open positions for adjustments to make. We've also had adjustments related to school closures with our subs, extra time and overtime, especially with our bus drivers. Some of our other staff, especially with bus drivers, we're not transporting students. We're not going on field trips. We're not doing athletic transportations, those kinds of things. We have added several new positions, and then we've had a couple of reductions, all that the board has approved. And then on the benefit side, this is where that stirs and purs on behalf, corresponding entry to the revenue comes into play. So that's almost half of that decrease in benefits. We have the stirs and purs employer contribution rate adjustments. We had a slight decline after adopted budget, so we factored all of that into our positions. And then as we've been making those adjustments for school closures, for our open positions, for some of our other adjustments, we've also adjusted the benefit lines for all of those. Looking at our supplies, we look at all of our carryovers from last year, and these are mostly in our grants, our restricted resources, and then those dollars are carried forward, and then this year's budget plans are put into place and those budgets are created again. You'll see there is a large line here again for the CARES Act. This would be for software, purchase of Chromebooks, for our PPE, for equipment purchases. So that's probably the biggest line on here. There was adjustments for transportation. Again, this was related to school closure. This is mostly for fuel and supplies, again, because we're not transporting students. We do have projected carryovers in here. This is for some of our grants that are multi-years. There are some programs that cross fiscal years, so we've projected what those look like. Looking at our other operating expenses, again, the CARES Act is going to be the largest source of increases in most of these changes. So you'll see here, it is the largest piece. That is the largest expenditure is for HVAC, and that is for the repairs, for the replacements. You'll see some additional expenses on the equipment side. We have software licenses, our hotspots that we've been purchasing. We also have adjustments for our different departments, our grants, a couple of reductions for site-related type expenses. If you look at the student activity fees towards the bottom, because we have been, for the most part, our sites have been closed. We haven't had field trips. There hasn't been entry fees, those kinds of things. Those have been adjustments on the school site budgets. We have a world language adoption this year, so that was the purchase of online passports. We've made some additional adjustments for travel and conference, insurance, maintenance agreements, those types of ongoing operating expenses. And then we had an adjustment of estimated utility reductions due for school closure. So that number will probably fluctuate after the first of the year, depending on how much activity we have in terms of students coming back in person, how many classrooms are actually functioning. And so that number may go up after the first of the year. On the capital outlay side, again, we have that CARES Act. This is replacements of our HVACs, repairs. We have some grant adjustments here. We have a large amount for electric buses. We are currently working with the Air Quality Board. Our Director of Transportation has been working with the Air Quality Board and SMUD. We have been approved for several grants. We are 100% funded for all of the infrastructure. So we will be having that installed soon, we hope. We have different amounts approved in terms of the grants for reimbursement of those buses. That amount has fluctuated somewhat. So I will have full numbers on what that reimbursement looks like after the first of the year. But we think the majority of this will be funded and this will offset the cost. And then we have some additional costs for our school sites, some passenger vans that were purchased, scoreboard, those types of expenses. On the other outgo side, our indirects decreased. A large portion of this was due to our indirect rate decreased. We have additional classes with SCOE for our care program. So the transfer of ADA to them has increased. On the contribution side, I talked a little bit about the charter school contribution. Because of that hold harmless situation for their ADA, they're not receiving funding for their large increase of students. So we are basically contributing to them the revenue that we are receiving for the enrollment of all the students. So that contribution to the charter school is rather large. On the special education side, we have been able to decrease that. In portion, some of that was due to an increase in the funding formula for AB 602. We are also able to, with the decrease in expenditures for school closures, that also impacted the reduction to the contribution. On the student care side, because of school closures, we have minimal participation with students in our student care program. We do not have the parent-driven revenue coming in. So we are contributing to their operation. This is our estimate just through December. And this is basically to meet all of their payroll costs, all of their operational costs. After the first of the year, we hope we'll have more students in our student care program, and some of that revenue will start to come back. So this number will also fluctuate after the first of the year. So that number could substantially increase after the first of the year. We'll probably update that number at second interim. For transportation, the contribution decreased slightly. Again, this was due to school closure. With their expenditures lower than expected, we saved a little bit on the contribution. Our reserve, our required 3%, was increased due to the projected expenditures mostly on the CARES Act funding. So we've had to increase that minimum that we set aside. Looking at our ending fund balance, our committed balance for our ELLI supplemental funding increased slightly. Our legally restricted categoricals also increased a little bit. On the designation side, the biggest increase here was for our set-asides. So you'll see the set-asides we have towards the bottom for 21-22 and 22-23. Using the one-time adjustments from the school closures, one-time adjustments from those decreased contributions from special ed and transportation. We had some reductions that were approved by the board, additional revenue that came in. We have additional set-asides for buses, and that is mainly due to growth projected south of 50. We know we're going to have to add additional routes, additional buses. And then we have a set-aside for an off-schedule salary increase that we'll talk about in an upcoming agenda item. So you'll see most of these designations have increased from what we had anticipated when we revised the budget. Just a quick update on the CARES Act funding. We've been tracking all of our encumbrances and all of our actual expenditures. We had about $11.8 million to start with. Just based on what we have right now, we have about 2 weeks to go. We're at about 12.3 million, so we're slightly over. We do have some other funding sources that we can shift some expenditures to if we need. So we will be reporting final expenditures after December 30th. Getting into the multi-year projections, these are the assumptions that we've used. Starting at the top with the enrollment, as I said before, we are in a hold harmless this year in terms of our ADA. With the declining enrollment, we are benefiting. You can see based on our CBEDS enrollment, we are quite a bit lower than what our ADA is. So that is a benefit to us. With declining enrollment continued to decline the next couple of years, we will have a 1 year reprieve. What that means is for the 21-22 year, our ADA would be based on the current year, the 2021 year. Since our 2021 year is actually based on last year's, our ADA will continue to stay at that same hold harmless ADA rate, even though our enrollment is less than that. It will catch up to us in the third year, in the 22-23 year. We will actually be funded based on what our true ADA is. And you can see here, it's a pretty big decrease. It's about a 700 decrease in ADA. So that is a substantial decrease. And you'll see that the revenue starts to reflect that in the next section in the LCFF. Along with the COLA, we are still projecting that at that 0%. Our unduplicated percentage, that 3-year rolling average, is continuing to decline. That kind of goes hand in hand with that enrollment. You start to see the impact on the base grant and some of the other funding sources that go along with that enrollment. Our annual ongoing increases with our salary and benefits. We have our step and column for both our certificated and classified employees. On the CalSTRS and CalPERS employer contributions, we have the percentage as well as the dollar increase. So we did get a slight reprieve for this year and next year when the state bought down some of the projected increases. But the third year out, that's where it spikes again. So that's where we'll see the largest increases is in that third year. And then in the other section is mostly our contributions. You'll see this is where I indicated earlier, our contributions to special ed will continue. We're looking at a flat contribution to transportation for now. On the significant disproportionality, that is not a revenue stream, that is actually a contribution. So we are expected to be out of SIGDIS starting next year. The contribution to the charter school, because the hold harmless will not apply to the charter school for next year, they will actually earn actual funding based on their actual enrollment. So they should be back into that self-sufficient stage, and they'll have sufficient revenue to have enough revenue to support their expenses. The contribution to student care, same situation. They are expected to, once we return to in-school instruction next year, we'll be back to close to a full program with full parent revenues coming in. And then the required 3% minimum reserves continue to increase as our expenditures increase. This is a busy slide, and there's lots of information on here, and it's kind of overwhelming. I tried to compare the first week of October last year with the first week of October this year. And this kind of illustrates where we are in terms of that declining enrollment, and you'll see it's quite high in the elementary ranks. So between the 2 years, the decline is about 1,200 students. Of those students, we know a little over 500 went to the charter school. Unfortunately, that still leaves over 600 students that are no longer with the district. So that's very concerning on many different levels, and we're not sure if they're coming back. We know some have gone to private schools, some have gone to different charter schools. We know some have had to leave the area. So we don't know how many will be coming back. For the 21-22, we are projecting about half of the charter school students will come back to their school sites. With that hold harmless provision, or without it, I should say, our ADA would be a little over 19,000. So as you can see in their projection, if we were funded based on our actual ADA, which would be a 95% attendance rate, we would have to reduce our funding by about 679 ADA. And that would be probably between $4 and $5 million. So that would be a substantial hit for us. For the charter school side, again, starting next year, 21-22, they will actually earn revenue based on their P2 ADA rate. So they will have that revenue to support their expenditures. The adjustments that we made in the multi-year for next year and the year after, we tried to summarize them here. With the revenue, you'll see the majority of it was the CARES Act. So since that was a one-time funding source, that won't be available in the 21-22 year. So we've subtracted that out. On the contribution side, we've reduced those contributions that we made to the charter school and to the student care program. The reduction of the special ed significant disproportionality. We've continued the increase to special ed and to transportation. And then we have the amount in revenue coming from our PARS trust. And this will be a revenue source for our retiree benefits and for that increase in the PERS and STIRS employer contributions. On the expenditure side, again, we have those CARES Act expenditures that will be coming out. Those were one-time in nature, so those expenditures won't be in for next year. We've included the board-approved reductions that we had from our study sessions. We have the increase in PERS and STIRS, which are offset by those revenue transfers. Again, going to the charter school with the estimated projection of students returning from the charter school back to their sites We're estimating some of those teachers will come back along with them. So we've included those FTEs back in the budget. When we're looking at that declining enrollment and that looming ADA reduction, we will have to start talking about what that looks like in terms of expenditures for how to deal with the declining enrollment and the loss of revenue. We are planning on opening Mangini Ranch in the fall. So we have the staffing expenditures related to that, along with some startup, which we have set asides for. There is no additional support here for elementary teachers. With the declining enrollment situation, the assumption is that we will deploy our existing elementary teachers that we already have, and there will not be additional new FTE added for the elementaries. We have the minimum wage increase. We have an increase this January and then 1 year from January, so we have 2 more. We have positions that are currently funded from the significant disproportionality. So those positions will move to the general fund next year. The same situation with our school improvement grant. The positions that are currently funded by that will move to the general fund next year. And then we have from school closure, the reduction in expenditures, those will then be reinstated for next year. So this is a summary of all of the previous slides in terms of the assumptions. So this is where we have a little bit of good news to share. So when we look at the third year out, that 22-23 year, you'll see we have about $301,000 to the good. When we compare that to the slide from the SCOE directive, when we were originally projecting that $9 million shortfall, you'll see we've turned that around. So the big question is, how did we do that? It wasn't my magic wand. What we were able to do is multiple things. We used those set-asides that I talked about earlier. We have savings from school closures in terms of both salaries and expenses. We have the adjusted employer rates for STRS and PERS. Once we adjusted the 2020, 2021 year, and then adjusted the 21, 22, and 23 years, those all changed, and some were lower, some were higher. We have the updated revenue transfers from the PARS Trust, which cover both the retiree benefits and those increases in PERS and STRS. And then with the declining enrollment, as I talked about on the previous slide, we are no longer adding an additional 10 FTE for staffing of Mangini Ranch. We'll be using existing teachers, so we won't have that additional cost for additional staffing. So a little bit of bad news, unfortunately, has to go with this slide. So you'll see I put a box here with the arrows on the line that says net increase, decrease in fund balance. So for next year and the third year, you'll see it's in red. And those are the deficit spending estimates that we have for right now. We're good this year, and that's mainly because of all of those savings. But for 21-22, those deficits become rather large. We've talked quite a bit about, the revenues are just not keeping up with our expenditures. Our savings from school closures are really only one time in nature. So we are projecting full year costs as we move forward. The CARES Act funding was also only one time. And because those set-asides that we have for this year, we're relying on those mainly to get us through the next 2 years. So you'll see in the 22-23 year, those set-asides are now gone. So when we project forward, so what we call year 4, which is the 2023-24 year, it's year 4 right now. But when we adopt next year's budget, that will become year 3. Just a quick estimate of what that looks like without all of those set-asides, with that continued deficit spending, we won't have enough to meet our minimum 3% required reserve. So we will probably be back to a qualified certification at that point. So that goes back to where I talked a little earlier about that declining enrollment, where we need to start having discussions about how do we manage that reduction in revenue. If we start now, at least we can start having those discussions, and we can start looking at some of those compounding ways that we talked about in our budget study sessions, where we start making reductions now, and that will compound themselves over the next 2 to 3 years. Along with some of those things, as we look into the future, again, that reduced COLA, we're still relying on a 0% COLA. We have our fingers crossed that that may change in the future. We have that structural deficit. Our salary increases are a top priority for us. So with our budget advisory committee starting after the first of the year, we'll be looking at all things considered as we look at our budget and look for reductions. We know there's going to be some COVID-related expenses after that CARES Act funding is gone. One of those items we talked a little bit about earlier was the testing. We know that will come at a cost. So those types of expenditures we will need to take into account. We have that declining enrollment. And on top of what we already know in terms of our elementary enrollment, we're also seeing a decline in our birth rates. So that is actually that's going to be a multi-year problem. We have our textbook adoptions coming up for both science and math. We have our next generation science standards coming up. We have our minimum wage increase coming this January, and then one more increase next January. And then those increasing program contributions for special ed and transportation. And this goes along with that revenue piece where the revenue is not keeping up with the expenditures. In addition to the general fund, we also have multi-year projections for our other funds. So you'll see, our charter school and our student care programs, those were both requiring contributions this year. We are assuming that they will be fully operational next year and will no longer require that contribution. For now, our adult education, child development, and food services programs are self-supporting. We are watching their revenue closely because they are also affected by attendance. With our food services program, they are affected with the reimbursement rates. Our meals are substantially down. So when we look at, we're still funding employee costs with very much a reduced revenue source. We're watching all of those closely. And then we have our deferred maintenance on our building funds, our developer fees, and our special reserve. So looking forward, so after the first of the year, we will have the governor's proposed 21-22 budget. And as I said, we have our fingers crossed that there will be some positive news coming out of that. Just some of the initial news that we're hearing, revenues appear to be up. That will probably result in some additional one-time funds for us that will help to a degree, but we really need those ongoing revenues. Starting in January, we'll have our budget advisory committee meetings. We'll be starting stakeholder forums for our LCAP. We'll be having discussions around that. We will have our staffing projections. Human resources will be meeting with each of our sites. We'll be looking at our enrollments, basing our staffing projections. And then before we know it, We'll be starting our budget development in March, and then moving into LCAP drafts, hopefully not a third interim. We'll have the governor's May revise leading to June, where we'll have the adopted budget and the adopted LCAP. So I know there was a lot of information in there, but there was some good news. So I hope to end on a good note.
All right, any board questions?
Yeah, actually, Rhonda, great presentation. And, you know, you say you didn't wave a magic wand, you worked some kind of magic on that, because you, as we know before, the numbers were pretty grim. And actually, I didn't think it was 9 million. I thought it was close to 12 million deficit. So I stand corrected on that. One of the questions I had was the ROTC reimbursement. I'm assuming that that's coming from Cordova because of the cancellation of that program?
Correct. We have our agreement with the ROTC program is we pay for half of 2 teachers. Because we have that opening, we're not getting full reimbursement, but there's also not the full cost on the district's part.
Right.
So there is an adjustment related to that.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping that the district will continue their search for a junior ROTC instructor, and I think that that'll probably be an additional cost. Am I correct?
Yes.
Especially if they do it at the beginning of the year, that will play a role in the upcoming, I guess, the May revise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then athletic transportation. I know we're obviously there's no sports going on right now, but let's just say we get lucky and they bring sports back in the spring, especially with our soccer and football and everything else. Will those costs resurface? Is it something that we're going to be spending money on?
For the transportation piece, yes, some of those will resurface. We will have the added cost of bus drivers in terms of extra time and overtime. We already have on the school site side, we have the allocation still in place for the majority of the athletic costs. So if we come back and we are able to participate in sports and we have the competitions, then really the only increases will be on the transportation side.
Okay, perfect. All right. Let's see.
All right.
Well, I have, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any other board questions?
Mr. President, I have a couple.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Hoover.
First of all, I just echo Mr. Clark. His, bringing back that ROTC, obviously, let's keep that a priority. Definitely want to see that. But just a couple questions. So I was kind of curious if you'd explain to me the projection for the drop in ADA funding in year 3 and how that's calculated. How are we basing that assumption? I mean, obviously, we lost the 600 plus kids this year. So I guess my question is there a chance that this projection could change? And does it take into account the growth of our community as we build, more houses and things like that?
It could definitely change, and we hope it does. Our conservative projections right now, from what we're seeing, we're not seeing that, like you'll see in the center column on this chart, we're not seeing a full 1,200 growth in student enrollment. We're actually still projecting a slight decline. And that is mainly from the birth rates. It's those lower grade levels. We do hope with the continued growth in housing on the south of 50 side, we hope that as houses are being completed, that there are more children in them, and that our estimates are low and that there will actually be more. But until they actually show up, we can't really count them.
Sure.
So,
so this is conservative, you would say?
We are hoping it's worst case.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I mean, I think that's probably the smart way to budget it, but yeah, well, time will tell. And I mean, I think the birth rate too might not be an exact predictor depending on our community, because it does tend to attract more young families. So
yes,
I appreciate it. Last question on the PARS trust. I guess my question is, at what rate, at the rate we're using it as a source of revenue, you know, how much time is it going to take before we run out of money in that trust? I mean, I think, you know, Fund 71, before we got rid of it, was created to set money aside, right, to shore up future unfunded liabilities. And now it just seems like we're using this trust to fill in our budgetary gaps. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out, how sustainable is that over the long term, and at what point are we in a bigger hole because we used all that money and now have to pay out of the general fund?
When we created the trust, we put two buckets basically within the trust. We have the retiree benefit, the OPEB bucket, and then we had a separate bucket for the increase, the pension stabilization side. So I believe we put about $13 million in that trust. So looking at the transfers over the next 2 years, that will probably be cut in half, about 50% of that. So when we created the trust and we talked about suspending the contribution to what was Fund 71 at the time, we had talked about coming back to the board at the end of that third year and talking about where we were in terms of how much we have been able to earn from the investments in that trust, what the transfers out have been, and then looking forward into how much we thought we would need in the next few years after that, and then considering if we needed to reinstate the contribution for those expenses into the trust.
Okay. Well, definitely keep us I mean, obviously Rhonda, maybe not you specifically, but we definitely want to stay apprised of that, because I think, I mean, my concern is that the investment is great. I'm glad we did it. But I don't know if investment gains are going to, I mean, they're not going to outpace what we're spending right now out of that fund. So it makes me nervous that in 2 years it's going to be half gone. And, maybe we talk about reinstating that contribution sooner. I don't know, but definitely don't want to get that thing down to zero. So
yes,
that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Huey, you have a question?
Not for me. Thanks.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah, I just have one question for Rhonda. When was the last time teachers and staff have had a salary increase?
We had a 2-year agreement for 2018-19 and 2019-20. So last year was the expiration of that 2-year agreement. So last year was the last year.
In this projected budget or financial outlook, did you account for any potential increase for salaries?
No, we haven't.
So the numbers that we saw on your spreadsheet, if there was a salary adjustment, just gets worse.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. With that said, bring it back to questions or anybody out in the public. Do we have any hands?
There are no hands raised right now.
No hands. Allie, do you have any comments?
No, I don't have any comments.
Okay. I'll bring it back to the board for a motion and final comments. Any motion?
I'll go ahead and move that we approve the 2020-2021 first interim financial report period ending October 31st, 2020 with the qualified, I love that word, certification.
Positive, the second one. Updated.
Positive, I'm sorry.
The 12/14/21 update.
Yes, the positive certification.
Okay.
That's even better.
Yeah. All right. Do I got a first? Do we have a second?
Second.
We got a second. We'll vote. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
And myself, I got 5-0. Thank you so much for the great interim, and thank you for the good news. That was awesome. Positive is good. Thank you.
Positive's always good.
Yes. All right, moving on to approve the district charter local control funding formula, LCFF budget overview for the parents. Superintendent? Yes. Do we have a motion to extend the meeting after
I'll move
10?
to extend the meeting
No later than
12 p.m.
Okay.
I'll second.
I got first, second. I'll vote. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Aye. So we extended it to no later than 12 p.m. Okay, back to the LCF budget overview for parents. Superintendent?
Yes, this information is coming forward for getting board approval for the LCAP budget overview for parents. Typically, we do this the 1st of July, but because of SB 98 and being in distance learning, that date was moved to December 15th. The overview and the stakeholder feedback with parents actually happened during the presentation and the feedback sessions we did with the stakeholder groups for the learning continuity plan back in September and October. So the information that we have here for the district and for the charter school were collected earlier, but we do have specifics of how that projected revenue through the LCAP will look going forward. So Ms. Crawford, is there, I think she has a couple of slides she wants to share on this one as well.
Okay.
Yeah, this is basically an overall summary of the charts that were attached to the agenda item. So the overview is basically the intent of the LCAP and the LCFF budget overview is mainly to communicate and to talk about what the different sources are and to make sure that stakeholder input is accounted for. This is a timeline, as Dr. Clegian said. The majority of this was held during the Learning Continuity Plan forums. And so our budget overview is required to be approved along with our first interim. And then starting in January, we'll have the annual update with probably a revised template that will become the new 3-year plan. So some of the questions that are part of the data that is input for the overview for parents, the revenue is projected based on funding source. So it's very similar to what we went through for the first interim in terms of how much is allocated for state funds, how much is allocated for federal funds, and how much is allocated for local funds. And then again, this, with the rules that changed with SB 98, the Learning Continuity Plan basically replaced the LCAP for this year. So the board approved that in September. And then some of the data points that are included in the overall overview for parents compares the budgeted expenditures that we just went through with the first interim to what was included in the LCP or that learning continuity plan. And then there's some descriptors in terms of certain expenditures maybe that were included in either the LCAP or the learning continuity plan, asking about how they were projected to be used. And if they weren't used, why weren't they? another question that they ask as part of that template that is included in the narrative is the increased or improved services for our high need students. And these are the students that are mainly included in our LCAP. These are the students that are covered with our services for our English learners, our low income, our homeless, our foster youth, and the additional supports that go along with those services. And we've listed a few of those here. And then again, it just compares with the LCAP, the planned expenditures for the 1920 LCAP, which was last year's, to what was actually spent. So on this slide and the next slide, what I've done is I've summarized the breakdown of information in terms of revenue and expenditures that were input into the template. And these numbers were used as you see in the graphs in the attachments, those pie graphs, that's where those sections of the pie came from. It came from these numbers here. So in the earlier slides, we talked about the different pieces of information they required. These are those dollars amounts that are attached to both the districts and the charters. So just a quick summary of the Learning Continuity Plan. This was our stakeholder engagement timeline for when we developed the LCP. So we had the various groups that we met with leading up to the public hearing, and then before the board actually approved it on September 24th. And then again, the overview from the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. These were the sections that were included in that plan. And then along with that, next slide, Kelly. These were the expenditures that were included along with the CARES Act, the Learning Loss Mitigation Funds, which we talked a little bit about in the first interim presentation. These were the expenditures that were approved by the board in September, and the dollars and the services that were attached to them. Next slide. Along with the learning continuity plan, we knew we were going to have more expenses than we had funds for. So these were other sources of funds, that some of those increased services and supports, how they would be met. And then the same information for the charter school. They had a smaller revenue source for the CARES Act for the learning loss mitigation. But again, they did identify certain services and supports for the high need students.
Any board questions?
Actually, no, I don't have any.
Right now, Mr. Huey? No?
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay, Mr. Reed, do you have any questions?
I do that.
I got a motion by Mr. Hoover.
Second.
I got a second by Mr. Clark. Go to the vote. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Huey? Aye. Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
And Mr. Reed?
Aye.
And myself, aye. I got 5-0. Thank you again for the good presentation. Moving on to approve the public disclosure in accordance with AB 1200 for 2020-21, pending negotiated agreement with the Folsom Cordova Education Association, FCA. Superintendent?
Yes, this is a way to verify with the County Office of Education that Folsom Cordova is offering a 1% off schedule increase to our employees, and we have to do each one of these disclosures separately for each employee group. This one is for FCEA, and it would be one-time off salary schedule of 1% of the base salary for 2021, and it's pending the bargaining unit and negotiated agreement with them related to the MOU. So again, we're using one-time dollars for this 1% off the schedule, again, to thank our employees for all the work that they've done above and beyond this year.
Great. Any board questions?
I'll move it.
Board questions none. I've got a motion on the table. Any questions? We've got a motion by Ms. Clark, but I'd like to take it out to the public. Any questions from the public? Allie?
There's no raised hands.
No raised hand. Allie, student board? No question. Okay. None. Okay, we got a first. We have a second.
I'll second.
Mr. Hui, will go for the vote? Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Dewey?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
I got an aye, 5-0. Thank you, guys. This is good, really good news.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for that.
That answers Mr. Reed's question about any kind of raise or anything. So
Yeah, there you go. There's the
took care of it there. So
there's your one-time raise right there. Okay, so moving on to 11E. Well, no, we already just did that one. 11 F, right? F. I'm losing track here. Approve the negotiated agreements with the California School Employee Association, CSCEA, and the public disclosure in accordance with AB 1200 for 2020-21. Superintendent?
So very similar. This is offering the 1% off schedule increase to our classified bargaining unit, and they have approved their negotiated agreement, so it's in accordance with their MOU. And with that, it's pretty much the same as what you approved.
Okay, any board questions?
Mr. President, I'll move it.
Got a first? Do we have a second?
Second.
Right, taking out. Do we have any public hands?
We do have one hand raised.
Okay, have the speaker speak.
This is Michael.
Michael, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah,
let me just start by saying a couple things. I think the district is being disingenuous when they offer these 1% offerings to its employees. It's a quick give to its employees instead of sitting there and negotiating and offer a real raise to its employees. You sit there and you go over your budget, which suddenly you have this great amount of money that you came into. Last year, you were looking at a extreme deficit of 15 million. Suddenly you have this amount of money that you're in the positive, and yet you can't seem to negotiate a raise for your employees. Rhonda lied when she said that the teachers had a raise last year. They did not have a raise. So Reed, you were on point when you asked that question. Secondly, when the board members make a joke or a smart aleck remark about $1,000 being a raise, I find that very disheartening to its teachers and your own employees. Why don't you sit there and get a $1,000 raise when you're just working with those kids day in and day out, and the amount of hours that you work and the amount of hours that you put in and all the grading and all the efforts that you do and stay in contact with your not just children but the staff. And these teachers work hard, and they're just not teachers, they're social workers. So giving them $1,000 really isn't just once, really isn't something great. And keep in mind, this is something they're getting in April, not right now. So don't sit there and clap your hands and give high fives.
And at time, thank you for your comments. Do we have any other speakers?
No, that was it.
Thank you. Allie, do you have any questions or comments?
No.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any final comments before we move on? We had a first from Mr. Clark.
Yes, you did.
Did we have a second?
I seconded.
Mr. Hoover has a second. We'll go for the vote. Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Mr. Hui.
Aye.
Mr. Hoover.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
And I got an aye, 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to number 11G. Approve the negotiated agreements with the Folsom Cordova Leadership Association, FCLA, and the public disclosure in accordance with AB 1200 for 2020-21. Superintendent?
And this is the AB 1200 disclosure for our leadership group, our managers in the district. And similar to your previous motions, this discloses that we can afford that 1% off the schedule with one-time dollars.
Okay. Questions from the board? Okay. We'll go out to the public. Any raised hands?
No raised hands.
Allie? Okay, coming back to the board. Any final comments?
I'll move it.
Got a motion by Mr. Hoover. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Clark, a second. We'll go to a vote. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
I got an aye, 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to 11H, authorize amendment to the superintendent and assistant superintendent business service contracts that incorporate a compensation increase for the 2020-21 school year. Superintendent?
The very last of the AB 1200 disclosures are for those on contracts, and that would be myself and Ms. Crawford for that 1% off schedule increase.
Okay.
And it's contingent on the ratification of the MOUs with all the other bargaining groups.
Okay. Board, any questions?
No.
Allie, any questions?
No.
Any raised hands for the public comment?
No.
Moving back to the board, any final comments or motion? Do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
Mr. Clark has a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Hui, second. We'll go for a vote. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
And aye for myself. Thank you very much. Moving to 11I, adoption resolution number 12-17-20-20 concerning order of seniority of certificated employees first rendering paid probationary service on the same day. Superintendent?
Yes, this is a routine annual notice to employees defining the process used to create a seniority list to determine a layoff process if we need to go there. So in our appendix, we have those positions listed of how seniority would fall.
Okay. Any staff, board questions to staff?
No. No.
Allie? Mr. Reed?
One quick question.
Mr. Hoover. Yes.
The seniority preference is mandated by state law, correct? And this is just the priority in the case that there's a tie or a. Is that, if that makes sense? Is that correct?
And it differentiates because they first render services all the same because they all start school on the same day.
Right.
So it's that next process.
So it just differentiates beyond that. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other board questions? Anybody in the public raise their hand?
No raised hands.
Thinking about board final comments or motion? We have a motion.
I'll move it.
Mr. Hoover got a motion. Got a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Clark's second. Going to vote. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
And aye for me. So we got 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item 12, discussion. 12A, future maintenance site building update. Superintendent?
This item is a discussion item, and it's to bring our board up to date on where we're at with the growth and expansion of transportation and M&O facilities being at our current location, property that we had purchased years ago, which is very close to that location, and the future of where we think that growth and that new expansion should be. So Mr. Washburn has provided a little bit of background and history, and I'll let him give a brief presentation and then answer any questions the board may have.
Okay. Matt?
Thank you, Dr. Collegian. Good evening. So the maintenance, operation, and transportation departments, they're co-located on a about 4.6 acre site off of Elk Circle Road. might be familiar with that. It's off of Sunrise, down Sunrise a ways. There's an attached map that you have also for your information. You can see the location. The district purchased a 5.7 acre site back in 2009 in anticipation of the future growth. As growth was taking off at that time, this is prior to the recession, anticipation of need for future maintenance operations site. Because of the growth we were anticipating, we wanted to make sure that we had enough room for that site. The transportation maintenance site had been on the existing site since 1988. We've purchased many new buses. The grounds crew had increased. Also, we needed more area for warehouse space in order to store and stock some of the equipment that we had as well. When the recession hit, that was put on hold after purchasing the Monier Circle site, and we started the planning of a new maintenance facility. That was put on hold. As you know, the recession lasted for quite some time. Now we're looking at additional growth south of Highway 50. We have grown more buses, grounds and transportation department both expanding. There's no spot adjacent to the existing maintenance site that we can grow. And we have now looked at a site more centrally located within the district. It makes more sense to have a site that's centrally located. It will save on future costs by deploying maintenance grounds staff to multiple locations from the center of the district. Right now, the existing site is pretty much the far southwest of the district. So it is it's quite a little drive heading up all the way to the far side of Folsom, going down the far side of south of 50. The Rocketdyne Aerojet facilities, they've relocated, and the district has had some discussions with Easton Development Company, which is the land management company for Aerojet. They have a significant amount of property that is centrally located, and they've expressed interest in providing or looking for a location that we could move a transportation or a maintenance site. Also, the city of Rancho Cordova has contacted the district, and they have a need for a water detention basin for flood control reasons. And the Monier Circle site is an ideal location for them to take care of that. So as it works out, we have a interest in the existing location, and then we have a need to purchase in another location and to begin the process of looking at expanding our maintenance operations site to a larger facility, as well as additional warehouse facilities as well. So what we are doing currently is we are engaging in an appraisal process of the existing Monier Circle site and seeing what that appraisal comes in. And then we would be coming back to the district at a future board meeting with any necessary approval items and additional information on the sale of that site, potential sale of that site, and then looking at a future site for maintenance in more centrally located in the district. That I'd entertain any questions.
Any board questions?
Yes, Matt, you mentioned Easton Development. I'm looking at it, I didn't see, but you did mention them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now that's something that if it does come back as an agenda item, I will have to abstain and recuse myself from this discussion. So just for the record.
Duly noted. Any other board questions?
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Matt, when we sell the Monier property and we relocate the Elks to a new centrally located facility, would we also be selling the Elk Circle property?
No, that would need to be maintained for a transportation site. We currently have the pumps there. We have the shop there for maintenance mechanics. Then they could expand onto the site that's currently operated by maintenance. We had to actually pave and expand some of the existing site that we had last year just because we ran out of space for buses. So it's becoming quite compacted there. As we expand transportation for electric buses and different things like that, we're looking at other facilities for that in the future as well. So it would maintain as the transportation site.
Okay. Any other board questions? Do we have anybody in the public raising their hand?
Right now.
We have none? Okay, with that said, this is just only a discussion item. So we'll move on to the next item if there's no other comments. Any final comment? We can move on. At this point, we're going to take a recess from the regular board meeting and adjourn. And I'm going to call order, refer to the Folsom Cordova School Financing Corporation annual meeting. With that, we'll call the order of Finance Corporation. And we have a separate agenda here. Everybody has it. Yep. The first item of order here is to approve the minutes of December 19th, 2000 meeting. If you read it, it gives the meeting notes and what we need to do. So you're going to approve it?
Oh, I'll move it.
Got a motion? Second?
Second.
First, second. Do we have any comments? Oh, that's all internal. We don't have to go out to the public on this, do we?
No.
No. So at this point, we'll just, Mr. Reed, do you have any?
Yeah.
Nothing? Okay. So we'll go ahead and vote. Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Huey?
Aye.
Ms. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Allie? And it's short, yes. So we got the approved of minutes. Any status reports? None?
From board members?
Yes. Do we have any status reports on projects on this? We don't have any. Who would have those? From the Finance Corporation?
Oh.
Who would have the reports? Nobody? We don't have any.
We just have the minutes.
Yeah, just the minutes. Any public comments?
No public comment.
Comments? Corporation officers. So we'd have to have the bylaws provide the officers be that of the Board of Education. So I guess we'll let the record reflect that the new officer will be the follows: President, is that short? Vice President is Mr. Reed, and the clerk, Mr. Hoover. Members, Mr. Huey and Mr. Clark. Let the record reflect that is the officers. Is there any other business in the Finance Corporation that we have? We need to make a vote on the officers. Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
First and second, Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Mr. Huey.
Aye.
Mr. Hoover.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
An aye for me, so that solidifies the officers. Any other business order? None to hear. And be an adjournment. Reconvening the regular board meeting. Back into the regular board meeting. Back to reports to the Board of Education. Superintendent?
Just a couple of notes to share with our upcoming board workshop on January 9th. We will be discussing our governance handbook, but if there are other topics that the board would like to discuss, please send them my way. I'll send you a reminder too, and we'll make sure that we get those on the agenda that day. And then lastly, I just want to personally thank all of our employees who have worked so hard and gone above and beyond, our classified, our certificated, our management folks, all in support of our students. And, we really need to lean on one another, and our team has done that, and they will continue to do that. And I'm very proud of them. And I wish all of us and everyone who's listening, who might still be on our meeting, a wonderful and blessed holiday, and stay healthy and well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Moving on to the Board of Education business. Any of the board, Ms. Clark?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I just want to take time out to kind of reflect on last year, or my year as president, and just how internally thankful I had the opportunity to be in this seat and work along my colleagues and in the district staff, and of course our student board member, Allie, who sometimes I forgot, and I apologize about that. So just been a rough year. but we're getting things done. Like I said, I'm an optimist. I always stay positive, and I think that we're going to get things done this year. I want to thank the superintendent for sending out that letter to the governor. Not sure if it'll get any traction. We'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that it does, to prioritize our teachers, to make sure that they're one of the ones that are first to get shots in the arm. I've said this once and I'll say it again. Our teachers are important. And I listened to the gentleman that called and said that we were joking. It wasn't a joke. You know, one of the reasons why I go out and I visit schools is, one, to visit teachers. And some of them will tell you, I will ask them, how are you doing personally? So it's not that we don't care about our teachers. We do. The budget money situation, yeah, we'll leave that up to Rhonda and let her figure it out. Would I like to see our teachers get a raise? Absolutely. But we're getting money in not only their pockets, but our CFCA, their pockets, and people who have worked hard. And we want to show our appreciation. I don't think that we were doing any high fives or anything, but if that's how you generalize that, that's fine. But I just want to let you know, and the teachers I think already know, they have my undying support. I will tell them anytime, let me know if I can support you. There are some teachers that we agree to disagree on, and that's okay. That's just part of life, to have civilized debate. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. Last weekend, we had an invitation from Cordova Villa, and I had an opportunity to pop out there and witness their Christmas giveaway. And I just want to personally thank River City Christian for giving out gift cards and candy and cookies, and I think some food vouchers to our parents out in the Cordova Villa area. Earlier in the meeting, I did mention that I visited a few schools, Mather Heights, Navigator, Folsom Hills, Oak Chan, and Russell Ranch, just to see the kids, see how they were interacting and how they were engaging in class. And it was all it was very positive. Last but not least, I want to give a big, huge shout out to Riverview STEM. Even during this time of a pandemic, they realize that it's the season of giving. And those kids, albeit that they were in hybrid learning and some distance learning, really came out and donated toys to the Folsom Cordova Community Partnership to get out to their families for the holiday season. So I appreciate Principal Lori and the staff there for the work that they do with our kids and just teaching them the spirit of giving. And I do want to recognize one of our teachers, I won't mention his name, who is actually in the hospital battling COVID. I want him, just want to let him know to get well and just know that my prayers are with you. With that being said, I think I've talked enough. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Lee?
Well, I just want to say thank you all for welcoming me. It's an honor to be with you. Looking forward to working together with you over these next several years. I just want to make a special thanks to all of our teachers. I know they're working extremely hard. Got 4 kids at home myself that are the recipients of that hard work, and so I'm grateful for everything that you've been able to manage and to be able to continue to speak into our kids' lives. That's a great testament to your work. So I want to also thank all the other employees, instructional aides, custodial staff, mental health specialists, and everybody is dealing with this challenge in ways that we don't see and in ways that are to the benefit of our kids. So just want to thank everybody for all their hard work and I hope everybody has a great holiday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Mr. Hoover?
Thank you. Well, first I want to congratulate Mr. Short. Welcome to with the gavel there. Excited to have you as president. Want to welcome Mr. Hui to the board. I am a little concerned because we now have a Hui, a Hoover, and a Huber. And I don't know how that's going to play out.
Starting
So,
to get tongue twisted.
Yeah, try saying that 3 times, right?
so we're going to need to navigate that, but look forward to working with all of you in this coming year. Hopefully, it's better than this last year in terms of the pandemic, and that we're seeing light at the end of the tunnel, but we're certainly not out of it yet. So we need to all stay vigilant. I appreciate the collaborative discussion tonight. I did want to suggest, I assume we're going to be sharing with families about the decision tonight. In that update, I would love to include some sort of next steps for secondary students. I think there's a lot of confusion with January 4th not happening because we're not in the red tier. So what does that mean? And I think a lot of parents are not sure what that means for their students, and I think maybe they're afraid that that means they're not going back at all or what. So I don't know if there's a way that we could.
There actually is. I'm sending you the draft.
Oh, perfect. Well, wonderful. All right. You read my mind. So I appreciate that because I definitely want to clarify that for our families. Want to echo Mr. Clark's comments about teacher vaccine priority. I'm really glad we sent that letter, and I really hope the governor comes through on that, and includes the teachers in that next round of vaccines. I think if anyone needs them, I think our teachers should definitely get them. And then my last thing is just on the governance handbook for our discussion in January. I did want to include a discussion of AB 992 Mullen that's actually going to law on January 1st. And it relates to the Brown Act and social media. So I think it'd be helpful to get some information on what that means for our board. The law itself is set to clarify essentially, proper usage of social media and that it's not a Brown Act violation, but what the stipulations are. So I think we should include that in our discussion because it is a point in our handbook as well. So we may need to update the handbook based on that new law. Otherwise, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and see everyone next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Mr. Reed.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Hui, I look forward to working with you. Welcome to the first meeting of, I'm sure, a very illustrious career time on the school board. I hope to, actually, I will be there next time. Sorry I wasn't able to be there tonight. I just have a couple of items that I wanted to potentially add to the agenda for the Saturday meeting we have in January. I'd like to have a conversation on the board committee structure. I'd also like to have a conversation about full day kindergarten. Obviously, we're seeing about the declining enrollment, and we've been told in the past that one of the barriers for having a full day kindergarten is lack of space. Well, if space is becoming available, I'd like to see if we can perhaps explore that and see what that would look like. What that would cost, if after the exploration we decide we don't want to do it, that's fine. But I'd like to at least have start the conversation if that's something that the board might have consensus on to give some direction to staff. I'd also like to talk a little bit about and brainstorm the future of the virtual academy after the pandemic ends. I think there's something there that we could potentially continue. And again, I'd like to see if there's some direction that the board might be able to give staff on that, as well as the use of some of the technology that we've purchased due to the pandemic, and what we and how we might be able to use that post-pandemic. And included in that is the cameras that we purchased for the secondary classrooms. I would just, I guess, encourage that the topics on the meeting on January are kept broad, so that we can have an opportunity to have a dialogue without concern that we're violating any type of or Brown Act violation or something that wasn't published for comment. Let's see. Well, I think that about covers my comments for tonight. I mean, obviously, 2020 is a year that I certainly hope we never have to repeat. You know, I'm confident that we're going to get through this pandemic in the coming months with the vaccine coming out. You know, it was a very dark year. I mean, there's no other way you can characterize it. But you know, a lot of good things happened as well. I mean, you know, I think the teachers, the staff, the parents, the students, the board, we all rallied, and you know, it wasn't easy, far from it. But you know, we're getting through it, and you know, I'm proud of all of us for doing that. You know, I mean, I was actually just curious how many meetings we had in 2020. I added them all up today. We had 33 meetings of the board, and many of those meetings went to 11:30, 11:45. So, you know, again, let's not repeat that one. But yeah, that's all I have for tonight. You know, again, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year.
Mr. President, before you make your final comments, where are my manners? One, congratulations on your presidency.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the support.
I'm glad that you're doing it. Best of luck. Mr. Reed, Mr. Vice President, congratulations, and Mr. Hoover, our clerk, congratulations. And I'm going to poke a little fun at you, Mr. Hui. We had a conversation, and I shared my experience of my first meeting and what I did afterwards. Don't let me catch you sitting in your car wondering what did you get yourself into. But welcome aboard. I look forward to working with you. And with that, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Oh, thank you. Allie?
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate my fellow students for completing finals. It was stressful, especially in the midst of a pandemic, but I think it shows real resilience. And then just one item that I wanted to address was that even though my vote doesn't count, it is noted as a formal expression and it's recorded in the minutes. It's called a preferential advisory vote. So just something to note for the future. But no worries, like I totally understand this meeting was a little hectic. I would just like to wish everyone a happy holidays, and I look forward to our next meeting in January. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. For the final comments here, I want to just thank everybody for the support in voting me in for president. And we really do have a great district here. I've been here 17 years. We're very blessed to have the staff, the teachers, all our CSA workers, everybody that puts this together for our kids. I've seen this, it's just amazing. So it's just my hats off to everybody. This takes really a good, strong team to do it, what we do. And we do have a strong team, and we're going to get through this. I think we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. You know, we're really in a recovery stage. It's kind of on, off. You don't see that, but we are going into recovery stage. There's a lot of optimism on the vaccines. So I think we're going to see by next summer a whole different conversation. And hopefully we can have public meetings and start coming back and seeing people and actually seeing their faces and their smiles and going back to schools and watching the kids. Looking forward to it. So I think we'll be optimistic and we'll get through it. I also want to congratulate Mr. Hui, welcome him aboard. Excellent meeting. I'm really glad you bring a lot to the table. We're going to value a lot what you bring to the table. And I think it's going to be a great year for you. So take your steps. You got a lot of resources here that you can learn from, and our hearts are out to you and your family. It was great to see your family here and support. Congratulations, Clerk. And Mr. Reed, VP, you'll be quick dialing me, and I'll be quick dialing you a lot. That's good.
Yeah.
President, Vice President work a lot. It's but I'm going to look forward working with you, and congratulations too on the VP. So you'll be our next president. So it's going to be good. So I really appreciate you stepping up in the leadership role. Also on the January 6th meeting, I think that'd be great to talk some of those discussions. I did at CSBA conference, I did sit in at Brown and they were talking about that. So you kind of have a heads up of what you're talking about a little bit there. It's a lot of little nuances to it. So it's interesting, but it's an educational thing. It's new technologies out there. We got to learn. And with that said, I just want to thank everybody for doing what you're doing here. And we couldn't do it without the folks up here that's making the technology work. And I know you guys are out there patiently doing it, but thank you so much. And I wish everybody happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever. Be safe, watch family, and be careful out there. And thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.